And welcome! Welcome to Master Swan Open number 85, our monthly tournament for players of 4.7k MMR and below, so the Masters players around Masters 2 and below. And we are already loaded into the first of our series, and I have to say, I looked at the bracket, I looked at the players, I picked the series, and then I've realized what I have done. Yes, it is a TVT. But anyway, let's introduce our players as we are here on Amphion, and in the bottom left corner of Amphion we have the first of our players. It is the blue player from Clan Lauder. Representing South Korea, it is Roselia. And at the top side of the map we have their opponent. It is the red Terran player from Germany, presenting his own clan Fishy. It is Captain Fish. Oh, of course. Yeah, let's actually remember to do predictions. I definitely didn't forget about that. But anyway, what is happening so far? It looks like we have Captain Fish placing his barracks a bit out of the way. I'm not sure if this is to avoid scout or if this is just to get the Reaper out, but yeah, he's blocking the path, so I guess this is just for the scouting purposes to trick their opponent a little bit, although he does QE that unit across the map, so... or like, the rally, I guess, for now. But Roselia is actually not SCV scouting, only waiting for the Reaper, and I guess, oh yeah, so I guess the Reaper of Captain Fish will be going out, and then he will close the door so Roselia cannot get the scout of their own. But Roselia is waiting for Captain Fish over here on the top. Yeah, and Captain Fish is forced to move away because already took damage on the Reaper, and that's quite risky. The second Reaper for Captain Fish is on the way, but so is the one for Roselia, so I guess we will see if it will be here in time. For now there is only one. This time it was Captain Fish who got the first shot, but still the fight was a bit better for Roselia, and with the second Reaper joining in, Captain Fish is forced to move back once again. So that was very close. Chat, you scared me for a second. I did switch the scene. The scene has been switched. Ooh, but we have more Reapers for Captain Fish, and there are only two here from Roselia. We have a Cyclone as well, so that will help definitely, but the Reapers are already down. The Cyclone should be able to deal with this though. Yeah, we're starting with very, very close skirmishes here at the beginning of the game, but in the end, both of our players moving on with the next phase of the game. Roselia are taking their natural right now, and so is Captain Fish, but Captain Fish is also making a third CC at the same time. In fact, now that I think about it, there is no factory for Captain Fish. He just opened 2 racks and went straight for that third CC. Meanwhile, Roselia opting for a bit more of a 1-1-1. So different approaches to this game for both of our players. We have another round of Reapers coming into the natural base of Roselia, and this base is unprotected. The SCVs will be going down. Ah, Roselia has the tri-bike. Tri-bike? It has a name, right? Chi-pod. And then we have a drop from Roselia here with Cyclones, and 2 Cyclones dropping right into the base. Oh, the steam may be denied actually. The steam of Captain Fish. But Roselia did not focus it. The Marines are here and the Cyclones were distracted. Now the SCVs are here and they will be repairing that add-on, so I don't think you can do it, but hey, maybe. Interesting, drop it in that little hole there on top of the wall. Actually, is the find out? Or is it always a wall? I'm confused. Ooh, but one of the cycle goes down to the Reapers. That's very unfortunate for Rosalia, but still 6 SCVs is some nice damage at least. But this cyclone is so very low, it may get sniped. Yeah, and the cyclone eventually does go down, but 10 SCVs have been killed in the meantime, so I mean, yeah. Actually, Captain Fish seems like Captain Fish actually accidentally killed one of his own. That happens. But yeah, with 10 SCVs, I'm not sure. Maybe those 2 cyclones were worth it. I guess Rosalia wasn't doing really anything else with them anyway, going versus bio. So, I mean, yeah, it's a trade. Meanwhile, we have another squad of Reapers once again going to the base of Rosalia, getting few more SCVs. The Ravens are trying to chase them down. In the end, the tank has to finish the job, and 3 SCVs go down. So once again, not huge losses for Rosalia, despite the Reapers time and again getting into the bases. They're not actually able to get too much damage done, but the thing is that as time goes on, Captain Fish did actually make that third command center. It is now an orbital and it is floating across that wall. So yes, I'm not crazy. There was a mineral wall there, right? They just mined it out. But anyway, Captain Fish now has that third CC, so his economy will be much better than Rosalia's soon enough. Rosalia also has an orbital and also will be floating to the very same base, but there is no mineral wall mined out, so Rosalia does not have an easy access to that base by ground, so that makes it a bit more difficult to defend. At the same time, we have a bit of a push from Captain Fish, mostly Marines here. I guess only Marines actually, with Medivacs. No, did Captain Fish spot the base? I think he might have. He's going for it. Oh, but Rosalia knows. Rosalia just straight up leads up. Rosalia saw the Medivacs with a Medivac of their own and not gonna risk it and just going straight back to the base. Rosalia is mining out this mineral wall, but it's not finished yet, and loses an SCV for it as well. So again, this is very important right now, because even if Captain Fish had a bit more losses early on, I mean, he has that third base, and that third base is mining. It is muled down as well, so that will slowly be bigger and bigger advantage for Captain Fish. They also tried to drop these Medivacs over here with the Marines, but there is a tank there to protect. The command center did go pretty low though. Like this is already below half health, so yeah, definitely not ideal for Rosalia here. Now the entire army is finally able to squeeze through that wall, to the hole in the wall, and it will be able to deal with those Marines, so now the base of Rosalia will be safe to be established. But again, like, it's so much later than the one of Captain Fish, and that said, the base of Captain Fish is now in danger as the entire army of Rosalia is coming through this path. Rosalia does siege first, but Captain Fish has more Marines. The anti-armor missile does go down, but so do all the Ravens, and the entire army of Rosalia is cleaned up. Definitely not ideal fight there for our blue player. At the same time, they are trying to expand with that orbital, but the army of Captain Fish is here at the door. The reinforcements are here to try and defend, but you know, it's definitely not an ideal situation. Only one tank here. It is sieged, but versus 4. I don't think there are any Ravens yet. The one is about to pop out, so that will be a bit of a help for Rosalia, but Yeah, it needs to get a nice position and only can Matrix, I think, maybe one tank at best. One of those tanks of Rosalia is also pretty low already. Tanking a few of the shots. A group of Marines is going forward, trying to snipe it, but that's not an ideal... Not an ideal move there from Captain Fish, as the entire squad does get immediately annihilated. Rosalia is expanding to the other side, trying to find another way to get some advantage over Captain Fish. At the same time though, we have some Marines coming and a tank as well from Captain Fish, so... Ooh, actually they will be meeting in the middle. None of them expected this would be happening. The tank was not sieged and Rosalia is moving forward. Will clean up the Marines at least. Yeah, and the entire army of Captain Fish is getting cleaned up. Really nice move there from Rosalia. We have 3 Ravens already. The reinforcements from Captain Fish did clean up that move out eventually, but see, it was pretty nice victory there. But we have a drop from Captain Fish into Rosalia's main base. There are reinforcements here and there are tanks set up as well, so I don't think it will be able to do much damage, but it's still a bit of a distraction. At the same time, we have another squad getting ready to deal with that third base. There are pretty much only Muse here, and the orbital was already quite damaged, so I don't think it will be escaping this time. Oh, and Rosalia actually decides to move out to clean up this army, but his tank is not repaired, it's very low, and so are the Marines, but it looks like it may be just enough to clean up the army of Captain Fish, and this push out is cleaned up again. The rest of the army of Captain Fish is also moving back home, but look at that. Captain Fish does have a 4th command center, getting ready to expand, and Rosalia lost his 3rd. So even though Rosalia is defending, like, this is not a great situation for our blue player, as over time their economy is getting worse and worse compared to their opponent. And if that was not enough, there's another move out from Captain Fish. Front siege tank is taken down. Rosalia is preparing the defense. But there are no tanks in this army, there are just Ravens. A lot of them though. But that is enough. GG is called and Captain Fish will be taking game number 1. Chad is saying minor engagement. Loses 10 million Marines versus 12 million Marines. I mean, yeah, sounds like a TVT. And we have the second up. Let me quickly check something. Okay. Here. Here. Okay. Oh, didn't reset. Interesting. Hold on. Let me fix that. There you go. And we have now loaded to the second map of this series. Welcome to Oceanborn. As we are in the bottom right corner of side map and we are looking at the first of our players, it is the blue Terran player from Korea, representing clan Lauder. It's Roselia. And across the map it is the opponent of said Terran, it is the red Terran, representing Fishy. Or Fishy? It is Captain Fish. I guess, yeah, we picked a bit of a bigger map, a bit of a more, you know, standard map. I mean, Oceanborn is probably the most played map of like the entire competitive scene right at the moment, so definitely something a bit safer. This was of course the pick of Roselia, as this tournament features the loser's pick system. Captain Fish is probably one of the favorites of this tournament, not gonna lie. Like he has been getting really good results in general. I think I'm trying to remember what MMR he is exactly, but I can't tell. I think he is still Diamond. I think he's like Diamond 1. But yeah, he's been competing in a lot of tournaments, both open and amateur ones, and getting some decent results. Roselia, meanwhile, one of the long-time competitors of our amateur tournaments. Definitely a strong player in their own right, but you know, there can only be one. There can only be one winner, so that happens. Ooh, but interesting choice from Captain Fish. Now that I look at it, Captain Fish actually opens with Marauders. That is very, very, very interesting. It's not something I see in TVT really. I mean, it may very well be that I don't watch a lot of TVTs. It's definitely not my favorite matchup, but yeah, like I would be less surprised by Marauders in like TVP, but in TVT it's very interesting. Looks like both players are taking the defensive stance and both they are waiting for the attack to come, but the attack is never coming. Roselia has the more standard Reapers with Hellions. Yeah, meanwhile Captain Fish opting for the Marauders. Very interesting choice. Oh, but looks like both of our players will be meeting each other here in the middle. The Cyclone goes first and it will take some damage, but so do the Reapers of Roselia. Now Roselia sees the Marauders coming in and escapes all the way to the high ground. I mean, Marauders do pretty well versus some light units over here. Wall is up, but yeah, do we have enough firepower? Another Reaper does go down. The Cyclone is very low, but it's not quite in range, and the Hellions can't really deal with the Marauders. Yeah, the Marauders are just a bit too tanky, and yeah, Captain Fish is going forward. SCVs are pulled off the line to help out. The tank is out for Roselia, so that will definitely help, but all the other units are going down. 3 SCVs are already dead, 5 now. Ooh, that was nice. Tank sieges, and that Cyclone has been completely annihilated in a second. But so were a lot of the SCVs, so in the end, I mean, it was definitely worth it for Captain Fish, but Roselia does hold for now. Marauders alone will not be able to fight that tank, not at their current health. But what this does is buys time for Captain Fish, or buys time is I guess not a good description of it, but basically once again he is getting away with that economy. He already has that natural setup. He is working on the third command center as well. Meanwhile Roselia is trying to float the natural base just now. But there is still that army from Captain Finch that it will be denying this orbital from setting up the mining. The forces have to be pulled to deal with this. The Raven does take some damage from the Cyclone, but it should be eventually cleaned up. So overall, once again, Captain Fish getting away with the faster economy, thanks to that early surprise. He has 0.03 win chance against Hero Marine. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't know how that was exactly calculated, but... I mean, look, we say that, but I've seen crazy things happen. I don't want to say like Diamond players maybe taking down pros, but we've seen like, you know, more amateur players taking down pros or almost taking down pros sometimes. But we have a Raven harassment over here in the natural, and SCVs will be going down. There is no protection, they have to escape, and that means all those mules are not mining, their energy, their lifespan will be wasted. And the Raven harassment is quite annoying because that is something that Roselia will have to keep on the back of his mind. In fact, the depot is not finished. There you go. Okay, but how are we doing in terms of army? It looks like it's actually fairly even. In fact, Roselia is a bit ahead in terms of army, having more tanks, more ravens, even more marines, so that is pretty nice, but it won't matter much if Roselia does not make use of those units, because once again Captain Fish has set up that third base and it's already mining. As I say that Roselia is moving out. This will be spotted by the spotter marine, I think, or maybe not, actually. Ah, there is another one. So Captain Fish does have the time to prepare. He has defender's advantage as well, which is definitely nice. But this is a strong army from Roselia and a lot of ravens to disable these tanks. And the other ravens as well, I guess. So that will deal with a lot of those tanks of Captain Fish, and the tanks of Roselia are siege, so they will be dishing out a lot of damage. One of the tanks from Captain Fish survives, but the rest of the army does go down, and so do 11 SCVs. This entire base has to be evacuated. Roselia can't really move forward with this army, as Captain Fish does have defenses, but at least the third base is denied. Ah, the Terran Wars have begun. Yes. Yes, the scanning circles. Look at them. Captain Fish is trying to get some damage done with those marines, but only able to get a few. But regardless, Roselia does not really have the staying power here and is forced to move back. Unfortunately for Roselia, Captain Fish did save that orbital, so the third base will once again be set up. So even though the mining was denied for quite a while, even though the SCVs were lost, like, Captain Fish still is a bit ahead, but at the same time Roselia now got the time to set up an orbital of their own. Hello there, SCV. No, just taking a break. Appreciating the environment. Some nice coral reef over there. There you go. Break was over. We have sensor towers being set up. Missile turrets as well. Okay, why would you need a missile turret in a TVT? I guess like you're hoping to like catch like stray ravens or medivacs? Question mark? Because I don't think it's very common to like sneak in ghost, or is it? So this is a nice spread of an army from Captain Fish, ready for any potential attacks. Meanwhile, Roselia opting for a more siege tank setup, also getting them nicely spread out. Captain Fish had some time to get his fourth CC ready, and will be taking that base. Roselia does not have a 4th CC yet, so it will be a while before they get it. Looks like Roselia is ready for another attack though. So that is next on the menu from our Terran players. A lot of scanning is going down as Roselia is checking what is the situation across the map. And it looks like the path of the attack has been chosen. That new base looks very juicy to our blue player. Oh, well, going for the third instead, going head on against the army of Captain Fish. Not sure if that's the greatest idea as the Marines focus forward, but at the same time the tanks have siege and all of those Marines will be going down. That looked a little bit scary for Roselia for a moment, but actually he was able to siege in time and now he's able to push forward. At the same time, the Marines of Roselia did run straight into that tank, and there is a planetary over in that base as well, so yeah, the reinforcements are joining in, but the Marine force was definitely weakened. The tanks are also quite damaged, so if they are focused, they will be going down quite quickly. We also have Vikings to deal with the Ravens, so it's also a bit of a problem. Roselia is setting up a 4th base in the meantime as this push is happening, but yeah, this looks very dangerous for our blue Terran. All of the Ravens have gone down, so there will be no matrices anymore. We have some reinforcing Ravens coming in though. This is the essence of TVT, you know. I'm just in awe, just looking at the tank lines, the scans. Yeah. The tanks are going on each other, but once again, another tank of Roselia is going down, and this Raven will be as well. So, once again, another tank lost, and the tanks. We have quite a few tanks that are quite low on health. Meanwhile, all of the Captain Fish's tanks are looking pretty fine. So this siege from Roselia, while it is quite effective, it's also very fragile, I guess. When Captain Fish decides to go against it, he may be able to break it. That said, there are constant reinforcements from Roselia, so that is definitely good. Captain Fish just setting up his 5th as this is happening. I mean, Roselia is focused on sieging the main cluster of bases of Captain Fish, so not really paying attention to the new bases. And with 2 more tanks going down, it is time for Roselia to move away. Trying to rotate over, but Captain Fish is catching up to that. The tanks are still sieging and the Marines are able to get on top of them. We have 3 tanks siege, but we have so many tanks from Captain Fish as well. One of them did die to unfortunate pathing, but all of the army of Roselia is getting cleaned up. More tanks are reinforcing, but they are getting straight into the fire. Even Vikings are landing down to help with the tanks, as all the Ravens have been already taken down. The Vikings do get cleaned up, but Roselia does not have the staying power here anymore. And Roselia needed to do that damage because their 4th base may be set up and it is mining, and it's not been transformed into either orbital or planetary yet, but Captain Fish once again is working on the 5th. The command center is already finished. And it is making workers. This time Captain Fish will be moving out. He's going across the map straight into the defensive position of Roselia. But Roselia's army does not look all that big right now. And Captain Fish is rotating for the fresh base. Setting up a position with all the tanks. We have about equal tanks on both sides, but I think Captain Fish has a few more. Raven is coming in to help. There are Vikings though, so has to be careful. Neither of our players has any Marines anymore on this front. The Viking is getting focused. The tanks are not able to save it, of course. And what did I say? What was that sentence? Did I say Raven? Did I say Vikings? Ooh, we have another force though coming from the back, and the tanks are now trapped. Roselia times GG. Captain Fish will be taking the series 2-0. So GG to Captain Fish. Very nicely done. Very strong series there. And GG to Roselia as well. Like, those are some nice moments there. Roselia definitely had some nice attacks, but it was not enough to take down Captain Fish. Captain Fish, as I said, Captain Fish is one of the favorites of this tournament, I think. So definitely a very strong opponent to go up against in round number 1. And speaking of, let's see what is going on the bracket. So we just finished our series. Let me update the score. We just finished our series with Captain Fish going 2-0 against Roselia. And we'll be now facing Geohen and in the next round, in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we had Droptimus taking 2-0 against Medic Jr. At the same time, we have Legoland Man going versus this dwarf. And also Serenity took down Dave Litos 2-0 and is now playing versus Jadov. As a reminder, Jadov is the person who created a lot of tools for us, I mean, a few tools, like the verified first quacker that you can see under this stream, or the predictions on Twitch. We have now semi-automatic predictions for these tournaments, for this series, and that is all thanks to Jadov. I believe some of the series may also be streamed, I assume, by the players themselves. So if you want to check out how the bottom part of the bracket is going, make sure to check out their streams. I believe Jadov may be streaming. Jadov is a regular streamer, so definitely check him out. And with that, let us set up our next series. There we go. As a reminder, of course, this is a monthly tournament, so if you are also interested in playing in amateur tournaments, then make sure to check it out next month. We also have a tournament for up to Diamond, so Diamond below, that is Ducklings Open, which should be in 2 weeks. Also, if you want to support this tournament, then make sure to check out !Macharino. Macharino does support this tournament specifically. By this tournament, I mean this edition of the tournament. So, MSO. Oh, they're talking in German. Oh. So MSO. So this specific MSO. So the MSO 85. Make sure I'm making the correct server here. What's this? Okay. It looks like Johan is flexing a bit of German there. Apparently Johan has been learning some German, so that's cool. Okay. Looks like we are ready, so it is time to start. Johan trying to type GLHF in German. Very nice. I used to know German, but that was years ago, and because I don't really have a reason to use it, I have forgotten pretty much everything. So I can understand a bit of German. Like I noticed like understanding German kinda like, you know, is still there, but when I have to like make a sentence myself, it's just too hard. But anyway, we are now here on Postue, a very rare map to see, definitely, as it's not the favorite by the players. Maybe Dynasty is more rare. But anyway, we are here in the top right corner of said map, and we are looking at the blue Zerg player from Philippines, representing Anito. It is Johan. And across the map we have their opponent. It is the red Terran player from Germany. It is representing Fische. It's Captain Fish. So apparently representing TBD because I'm very good at this. Not the TVT this time, we have a TVZ or TVT. Johan, of course, making use of that half gold base immediately. As you should. And I mean, so does Captain Fish, so both of our players actually going for expansion first. For Zerg, this is quite obvious, but a bit less so for Terran. Terran's definitely not ones to generally go for expand first before throwing any barracks down. So interesting choice there for Captain Fish, but you know, definitely I can see why you would do that. Because of that goal base, you also assume that the Zerg player will be taking the goal base because it is very beneficial to them, so you don't really expect them to cheese. Although, you know, that can definitely bite you in the end. We have an SCV scout from Captain Fish. There are no Zerglings yet, so he is able to see everything that is going on across the map, sees that base. There is a third base already out as well. I'm not sure if Captain Fish will be able to see it though, as the SCV is only going straight up. Yeah, Captain Fish does not see that third base from our Zerg player. I mean, I don't think it's like a huge problem with the scout though, because what Captain Fish really wanted to see was that Geohen is going for macro. That was really the most important part. Making sure there's no like early roach warren or something else. Oh, that SCV ends up on the wrong side of the wall, but Zerglin does not notice in time and he's still stuck outside. Yeah, it looks like... Ooh, it looks like Captain Fish is actually going 3 racks. Interesting start to this game. I mean, we do have a factory as well, but 3 racks early on. Meanwhile, Geohen going for roaches with burrow. Okay, will we have... Okay, are those just burrow roaches or are we actually getting tunneling close roaches? Because, I mean, it's not a very common strategy, but it is a strategy. Oh, but actually what Geohen may be going for, I think I've seen them play this before. I think Geohen is just going for the burrow and just gonna use the burrow for roaches to regenerate. Because roaches do regenerate faster when they are burrowed. Or, yeah, I guess just regenerate faster. Yeah. I'm like, do they? No, they do. Yeah. Hashtag internal memory. But yeah, the first roaches are already moving across the map. Captain Fish has a lot of marines, but no factory units. That factory was only there to make the add-on for the starport. They are just marines. Marines are still pretty good though. Never underestimate men with gun. And these few roaches are not quite enough to deal with all of these marines, but they will be trying. And there we have it, the roach burrow. Making sure that they regenerate as fast as possible. Behind this, Geohen is also going for a binding nest to deal with all of those marines. And Captain Fish is working on the first tank, so with the tank this will be completely stopped. But for now the marines are able to keep it at bay and Geohen is not getting any damage with this. Oh, I'm pretty sure Captain Fish has seen the burrow now. I don't think Captain Fish wants to waste scans on these few burrowed roaches, but is aware that that is a possibility now. And because the tank is now here, Captain Fish is able to send a bit of a squad with a drop. Doesn't have to focus all the forces over here. The roaches are also coming back home. Only the few that are killing are still left over there. Looks like Captain Fish actually is looking to join the forces. The drop is coming back home. It will try to get some units down, but yeah, it doesn't look like it will be able to do much. At the same time, Captain Fish is setting up the third base. The Zergling will scout this, so Geohen is aware of what is happening. The roaches are being bullied in the middle of the map by all of those marines. It is a little funny that such big units are not able to deal with men with gun, but yeah, men with gun is really good. But now we have switched the composition, we have Link Bane, we have Ravagers on the way. We have a bunch of upgrades going on as well. We don't have roach speed, but I don't know if there will be many more roaches from Geohen. It's mostly the ones that are already there. And in the meantime, he is working on a Hydra then. Also taking that gold base. It's a very weird base location. Very difficult to defend because of all this open space, even in the mineral line, and the Terran is definitely trying to use this, but we have Bending Mines, they detonate, but unfortunately they're not able to get the Marines themselves. At the same time we have a runby at the base of the Terran, but it's not able to achieve much. 3 SCVs go down, which is nice, but definitely not ideal. The base is denied, in fact. No, the base was cancelled, it was not killed. Reinforcements from Geohen try to clean up this army, but it's actually not enough forces for this small Terran force. Yeah, the units from Geohen are trickling in, but this is a very strong position for our Terran. So, Hydras are coming out. We're switching to Linkbane Hydra. There are more Baneling landmines set up around the map. These ones were a bit too close, and Captain Fish immediately spots them and scans for them. The Baneling speed is not finished yet, which is very important as well. Ooh, but then the Hydras walk straight into their deaths as well, but the Linkbane from the back is able to get some damage and actually cleans up most of the army of Captain Fish. Looks like Captain Fish was a bit too focused on the front, or maybe macroing back at the base, and did not notice that surround coming from the back. So, you know, it is a small victory for Geohen. He's able to stop that attack coming for the time being. So now what's the plan? What is Geohen's next move? Because Captain Fish is not letting up on that attack. Captain Fish is reinforcing, is rallying across the map still. There are more Marines, there are more tanks. Baneling speed has finished, so that is definitely nice for our Zerg player. Another runby in that third base. The Zergins are a little distracted though, and they go straight for the Marines. Another attack here, and nice round on the army of the Terran. A bunch of Marines have been killed by the Banelings. The tanks were saved. Another Linkbane attack on the third base. The Banelings rose straight into the army of Captain Fish. So there is some nice harassment there from Geohen, but the thing is that he is, you know, he is losing all of this Linkbane every time he attacks. Banelings obviously, but so a lot of Zerglings as well, so it's, you know, you expect Zerg to not be super cost efficient, but like at some point, like, it just catches up to you, because every time you lose that army you have to remake it, and the Terran is not losing that much. And Hydras alone are not quite able to deal with all of this army. They will be trying. Oh, but we have Banelings rolling in. They do roll into the Marines, but a lot of them do get sniped. But it looks like it may be just enough to clean up most of this army, but not all of it. One tank still stands. And now Geohen is in danger because Terran doesn't let go. The reinforcements join in. We have 3 tanks on this front. We have still the Marines. The Banelings are being denied. The Zerglings alone will not be able to take down this army. Hydras are helping. Drones are being evacuated. Geohen knows that it will be hard to keep this base alive. We have 3 more tanks joining in, actually 2 more tanks I think. So we have total of 5 tanks on this front. There are some Zerglings that are trying to Maybe get around by maybe try to get the army from the back, but yeah, nothing, none of that is happening. The base will be going down and the Captain Fish is still moving forward. Johan is trying to get a bit of a run by going. Trying to focus those forces, maybe catch the army of ground. Of guard. It doesn't look like that will be happening. And the Lynx are being chased off. Oh, nice little surround there for Johan, but is not able to get to the Marines with the Banings. The tanks will be going down though. So that's a bit of a victory for Johan, but once again losing a lot of Banings for just a few army units. It's not the most ideal. One of the Baneling mines does trigger. A few of the Marines go down, some of them are damaged. Ooh, the drones are in danger, they are long distance mining. The army of the Terran is spread out, but it is enough. Captain Fish will be taking game number 1. So once again, Captain Fish taking that game number 1, very strong plays from our Terran player. Johan has some very interesting ideas, but they did not quite work against the defenses of Captain Fish. I mean, Captain Fish also picked a very interesting opening for this game, as it was a CC first into 3 rags. I mean, 2 racks, 1 factory, 1 racks. You know. Okay, looks like we have some technical issues, so we'll just have to reset up this. The lobby back never changes. It's been years and it's still there. It's nice timing as just as the lobby worked, that's when one of our players decided to relog, so the timing was a bit comedic. And it happens, you know. Again, the lobby bug has been here for a while, and I guess it's here to stay. For those who don't know, sometimes the game just decides that you can't join lobbies. That's just it. It's just don't, the invites just don't work on you. And sometimes it just fixes itself if you just get another invite, and sometimes you just have to close the game and open it again. So our players are getting ready for the second game of this series. In the meantime, let's see what is happening on the bracket. Are there any new results? Oh, they are actually. It looks like Dizzy Dwarf has taken down Legoland 2-0. Actually, let me actually show you the bracket as well. So Legoland took down, Dizzy Dwarf took down Legoland 2-0 and is now going against Samir Duran. Jadov also took down Serenity 2-0 and is already waiting in the semi-finals, and so is Droptimus. So we have two semi-finalists already waiting. Samir Duran, as a reminder, is the latest champion of Ducklings Open, of our Diamond Tournament. So definitely looking forward to seeing how this round goes for him. It looks like we are ready for our series. And we will be loading into Ocean Bar. And welcome to Ocean Bar, where in the top left corner of the map we have the first of our players. It is the Blue Zerg player from Philippines, representing Anito. It is Giohan. And across the map it is his opponent. It is the Red Terran player from Germany, representing Fische. It's Captain Fish. Samuel, why would Creator not want us to join a lobby? What have we done? It's generally pretty nice. Ha! Get it, stick? Get it? Don't mind me, just you know, just teasing Steamworld in the chat. Anyway, it looks like Captain Fish is going for this hidden Turax here. Not a proxy, but you know, hiding this from sight of the opponent. Although I wanna say, like, Zergs don't really scout this early, so doesn't really matter in a TVZ. Because in other matchups, like, the opponent generally does scout, so like with the workers, so that's when they're the most surprised about the not barracks being there. But later on, I don't know how much it matters with the overall scouts going around like 3 minutes. Yeah, I don't know if it matters. But regardless, Captain Fish will be going for Turax Reaper, or the rallied across the map. We'll see how Johan can deal with this, as he will have a few Zerglings, but only going for the standard 4. And going for a third base as well. I mean, this is a very standard play from the Zerg, but he's not quite expecting the Reaper coming in. One of them is normal and, you know, the dance with the Zergling begins, but when there's more of them, problems may start. First Queen is already out. That is definitely good for GN. The second one in the natural as well. Looks like the rest of the Reapers are staying hidden for now. Captain Fish does not want to give this away too quickly. But now they are joining in. Queen is still there to help out. We have more Zerglings from Geohan as well. Geohan definitely is taking this seriously. Speed is only like halfway done, so the Zerglings will be slow for a little bit longer. This base is actually taking damage from the Reapers, obviously slowly, but still, it is taking damage. And behind this, I mean, Captain Fish is transitioning. He is happy with his 4 Reapers over here. Meanwhile, Geohan has to deal with it. He has to walk the Queens all the way to the third base. He has to make all these Zerglings. Like, this is a lot of Zerglings this early in the game. It's definitely not something Zerg wants to do if they are playing a macro game. But the Reapers do get trapped, so that is nice at least. But I mean, they basically got the use that Captain Fish wanted. They just bought a lot of time and Captain Fish was able to set up on his side of the map. But we have all these Zerglings now, which will be going for revenge. No Bindings though. Binding Nest only is being set up now. So they won't be able to bust into the space. They may be able to deny this natural from being set up though. As Captain Fish has been focusing on this attack, he has not made factory yet, it's only on the other way now, so we only have bio units for the defense. There are no tanks, no widow mines or anything like that. Geohan decides to go back home instead though, only keeps that one Zergling for scouting purposes. Actually changes his mind, coming back right in. Making sure this base does not land, but it does eventually, and Captain Fish has a second orbital apart from that as well, so 3 bases, like 3 town halls, and as somebody would call them, but only one of those 2 is landed. Only the main base is mining though, there is no mining happening in the expansions yet. Meanwhile, despite all the damage, the third base of Geohan is up and running, it is being saturated. We also have upgrades on the way. Both the general Zerg army upgrades as well as binding speed. And I guess from here we will be going back into regular biotank then. Yeah, biotank, although very focused on bio, as we have a lot of barracks making a lot of marines. I'm not even sure, I guess we may have few tanks, but like they're not coming yet. Instead, Captain Fish is just making more barracks. I mean, Geohan definitely will need a lot of banelings to fight against this army. He has some. They're still waiting to speed. The speed for banelings is about to be finished. I mean, Geohan does see that they're an army constantly. The overlords, the Zerglings are spotting. First tank is about to be finished and yeah, we'll have a bit of a more biotank army. I think this orbital went a little bit far away. Now this marine force is going forward. Do we have enough Link Bane to deal with this? The queens have to escape. The Zerglings are now joining in. The Banelings as well. Nice pickup, but there is a good connection for Geohen as well. Getting some decent connections there. At the same time, there is a Zergling run by at the third base, but it does meet with the Marines. There are still reinforcements at that base. In the meantime, as all of this was happening, Geohen was able to take up 2 Hydras. So we will see Lingbane Hydra once again. There is also a 4th base on the way. And I guess Geohen would like to go on the offensive, but I'm not sure if he will be able to, as Captain Fish is not letting up. The Marines are once again marching across the map. Oh, the Hydras coming for a bit of an ambush, but 2 Hydras are not enough to deal with this army, and unfortunately they do go down. Again, the Marines are going across the map, but for now just being creep. Maybe we'll be able to get that queen, but they're not able to get much other damage. And once again, like half of the army is cleaned up with the Banelings. But what is the next step? It looks like Captain Fish is just building up his army, getting the upgrades, getting even more production. Oh, are you stuck, tank? Ah. Feels bad, man. Ah. Well, Medivac is there to save the day. Oh, as we have a bit of an attack prepared here from Geohen, but he has to deal with this attack from the Terran first. Maybe able to try and ambush it from the back, but decides against it and goes for a run by instead. Some of the Zerglings are able to get straight into the natural base, while others go for the third. SCVs have to be evacuated. Third is not mining at all. It may only be a small distraction, but at least it does a pretty nice lost mining time. As I was saying the words, the sentence made less and less sense. Another run by, and the Banelings go into the third base, but there are no SCVs there still. They have not been returned. Ooh, but catching a tank from reinforcements, that's very nice there for Geohen. And it also makes the entire army of the Terran go back home. So very nice there from Geohen, buying a bit of time, making sure that the new bases are secured, getting new reinforcements. So these things have been here since the beginning of the game. They're having a party. Too much coffee. Once again, the Terran is moving forward. Oh, but Geohen is collapsing on the new base of Captain Fish. It will be denied, for the time being at least. Two Banelings tried to ambush that third base again, but not able to get much done. Actually, Geohen has expanded almost everywhere on the map. Captain Fish does not know about that yet, so he's not denying those bases, but he will find this one. Ooh, and that is a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. At the same time, this command center is denied once again, and now the army of the Zerg is running into the third base, but there are defenses there, there are tanks. There is even a bunker, and most of them will be going down. Some of the SCVs will go down to the banelings. 8 SCVs do die in this attack. But now we have lurkers, and that's a very interesting spot for lurkers, I will say, because if an army is crossing here, that would mean a lot of losses, but unfortunately for Geohen, the army of the Terran is at the top side of the map. See, that is a very nice position. The ambush lurkers. Nobody say that to Yakuzaku, he make it triggers. I might have done this. But now Captain Fish does see the lurkers. He knows that they are there. Obviously he's not able to attack them, but knows that they are there. Oh, the tanks are actually left here on the front. As Captain Fish is rotating the bio army around. Looks like we are going into all-out late game, at least on the side of the Zerg, as I'm pretty sure I've seen the Spires going down as well, so going for all the arsenal there is. How much gas do you want here? Yes. I mean, true. All the gas. Oh, once again, with there were some less CV losses at the new base, it looks like. Another runway did go in. But now Captain Fish has set up a nice position over here. On the ramps. Near one of the new bases of GON. Actually, it's not that new anymore, but still it has a lot of resources on it, so it's definitely valuable. Okay, first of the tanks being pulled in. The Hydra got a bit too adventurous. It's actually focusing on another tank, and it will be going down, but there is another line of tanks behind it. Lurkers will take down the drum. Ooh, nice little pulse there from Geohen, but he also has to be careful because those tanks do have a lot of firepower, and the non-cloaked part of the army has been taking damage. We now have Ghost in the army of the Terran. Meanwhile, Zerg is working on Greater Spire. No transition yet, of course. The Liberator will be a bit annoying, but there are Hydras there to deal with it. And Vipers as well, I guess. It's a lot of lurkers there from Geohen. How many do we have? 13 lurkers right now. And it's definitely more difficult for Captain Fish to engage now. Spire army may melt quite quickly to the lurkers. And even the tanks are damaged by now. Both armies rotating positions. There is a scan, so the lurkers are visible for the time being. And they are being sniped by the ghost as well. But the snipe is actually not enough to take the lurkers down. How interesting. Geohen is forced to position farther back. Pulling ghosts one by one, it's a very cute move, but it's quite difficult to pull off. Now the lurkers have been weakened, so they will be going down to those shots. But we have an Nidus coming up. What do we have in the Nidus? Mostly Zerglings. Looks like this will be just a Zergling Nidus. Although the rest of the army, I'm sure, is joining in, as these lurkers have to be moving back. Some of them do get sniped. And the Nidus is not stopped in time. So we have Zerglings coming up. One of the upgrades on the armory will be denied. The vehicle weapons, level 3. But this is just a Zergling Nidus. There's not much else in that army. At the same time though, Hydras and Lurkers were able to slip by Captain Fish's defense post. And they are set up in the natural base. Hydras going straight for the main base as well. Trying to get on top of the production. Making sure there are no reinforcements. Sniping down ghosts. But the ghosts actually do survive. The Nidus has been taken down and now it's Geohand that's trapped here in the base of Captain Fish. Trying to get an escape Nidus, but I don't think that will work out. As all of the units are slowly taken down by the Terran forces. I mean, again, the good news is that that moves the entire Terran army back here home, but yeah, those were a lot of losses for Geohand. But at the same time, maybe he wanted to lose a bunch of these units as he is transitioning to Broodlords. First of the Broodlords are already on the battlefield, already taken down workers at these new bases. What? Okay. Geohand, this is a bit far forward. Come on. So Broodlords are here. Broodlords are now part of this army. I'm trying to see if we're missing a building in the Zerg bingo. There are no ultras yet. There's no ultra then. Lurkers scatter all across the map. So every time Captain Fish tries to engage, he loses some units walking into those traps. At the same time, the Broodlords are sieging the new bases together with the Lurkers. So even when the SCVs try to escape, they go straight into the spines. This army is quite vulnerable though, so has to be careful about the rotations of the Terran. Oh, the Vipers are back and they do get EMP'd. The entire Terran army is now focusing on this base. And this very specialized army is in danger. At the same time, we have another Nidus in the base of Captain Fish. There will be more Zerglings coming. There are still some Lurkers here as well. I mean, I guess still, they walked in once again. But at the same time, the base of Geohand is vulnerable. The Terran army is marching forward. The blinding clouds are nice. And that's enough. GG is called. Geohand will be tying up the series 1-1. So GG, nicely played. And yeah, as you see, we have our players pretty nicely matched up. In the first game, Geohand wasn't quite able to get into it, but in the second game he definitely came out much stronger. Let me make sure the scores are correct. No. We are ready for game number 3 of this series. Johan was able to bring it back. Very nice late game from him. And we will see who will take it in game number 3. We will be going into Crimson Court. And in the top right corner of Crimson Court, we have the first of our players. It is the Blue Zerg player from Philippines representing Anito. It is Johan. And across the map, it is the Red Terran player from Germany representing Fische. It is Captain Fish. I do wonder what our players have prepared for us this time, as Captain Fish has shown us a variety of builds, and I mean, I guess so did Johan. So I do wonder what we will be going for right now. So far so standard. We have the Rax first from Captain Fish, we have the Hatch first from Johan. But we will see where our players will be going from here. Oh, Jadov gave us a shout out. Shout out to Jadov as well. Yeah, Jadov, I assume, is also streaming his POV. Again, he is a streamer. I don't know how regular he streams. Like, I don't think it's like his full-time thing. I'm pretty sure he has another job. But he is quite a regular streamer. And definitely knows a lot about streaming tools. And it looks like we will be having a bit of a more standard game so far. Yeah, it looks like our Zerg player just going into Hatch Gas Pool, into third base. Ooh, but third base at the rich gas though. Very interesting. Not what Captain Fish has expected, as he has that SCV at the triangle location. The Reaper does dance with the Zerglings. I think might have taken one. Yeah, one of the Zerglings did go down, but nothing more will be lost here. Also gets an eye on that forward third base, which is very important. In the meantime, Captain Fish has expanded, is working on the Helion and working on that second command center before Starport. And once again we have a Roach Warren from Johan. So it looks like once again it will be probably, yeah, I was about to say some burrow shenanigans, as that seems to be Johan's like special build, to put it that way. I have noticed, I mean, especially from like C Zerg players, they typically have like some very quirky builds. And yeah, it looks like Johan wants to try those roaches once again. I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about it, because it did not work for him in game number 1. But we will see. We will see. The Helions get into that forward third, but there are no drones there to roast, and they see the roaches. First of the Helions will be going down. But it also alerts Captain Fish to the possibility of roaches, immediately goes for Banshees and with Cloak. I guess that was kind of the plan from the beginning, but Now the Banshees will have more than one use, not just for the harassment, but also dealing with those roaches. The Hellions are starting to go down, roaches are moving forward, the bunker is being set up on the natural, but it's not ready yet and it will not be going up. Hellions are not able to deal with the roaches, and actually Geohan is starting to do damage. The natural base had to be lifted, the wall will be going down eventually. The Banshee is now out and so are the Cyclones, and with that the scan is out, the roaches are in danger, but they will be moving forward. Geohan will try to get as much damage as he can. Trying to take down the SCVs, trying to find the Cyclones. One of the Cyclones will be going down. And 8 SCVs are dead. Roaches are still here, and once again they have burrow, they do use that burrow healing. And the Banshees are doing what they can. I mean, the Banshee and the Cyclone, but neither of those units shoot very, very fast, so they're not able to deal with the roaches quite in time. 14 SCVs already down, 15 dying. We have 2 Banshees and 3 Cyclones now out, so that is enough to stop the roach attack and definitely do some damage across the map, but so far that's a lot of losses for Captain Fish. But the thing is, that is all nice and good, but can Geohan defend it from the retaliation? There are spores in every base, but spores alone may not be enough. One queen is not able to deal with 2 Banshees at the same time. The rich gas base is defended, but this one isn't. The new 4th base is under attack, and the Banshees may be able to take it down. Ooh, this is very close. Actually, the Overseer is now here, and the Banshees will be under attack, but the base goes down, and this is a kill. It is not a cancel. Geohan a bit overconfident there, does take down the Banshee, and the second one is literally on 2 HP, but does pay with a base for it, so a bit too close there. Banshee tries to go for the main base instead, but yeah, it is being taken down with a single shot. Still, the entire base being lost for those 2 Banshees is pretty nice for Captain Fish, but does it even out losing an entire mineral line so early on and having the natural base denied? Like, that I'm not sure about. Captain Fish is now trying to set up his 3rd base. Of course, there are burrowed Zerglings scattered all over the place. But it looks like once again we may be going into a longer macro game here. It's another squad of roaches going across the map. Taking out the Cyclone at least, and actually there are not that many forces here from Captain Fish. There is a tank though, so the roaches can go straight into the natural base, but the 3rd is in danger. The walkers have been evacuated and the orbiter has to be lifted. So now, nice denial there from Geohan. At the same time expanding to both all the new places. That rich gas base is still going strong, and yeah, we have more reinforcements. Hydras are now joining the roaches, and the roaches don't actually care that much about the tanks. They're going forward. The Ravages are helping to snipe the siege tanks down. Still has to be careful though. The 3rd base is once again under attack. We have Link Hydra Force here at the 3rd. And as soon as the army is moving away to chase after it, the roaches are moving in. And just like that, GG is called. Geohen will be taking down the series 2-1. Very nicely done from Geohen there. So, you know, in the first game it looked a little bit shaky, but in game number 2 and now game number 3 he did really well, and he is able to take down Captain Fish down and will be advancing into the semi-finals. And that means it is the moment to look at our bracket and see how we're going. So it looks like we have our next series. Our first semi-finals will be Geohen versus Droptimus. Meanwhile, in the bottom part of the bracket, Samir Duran is still playing versus Dizzy Dwarf. Yes, I'm making sure. It looks like Geohen needs a bit of a break after that series, so we will probably be going on a break as well. So once again, if you like this tournament, then make sure to check out the Matcherino for today's event. We do have like a stretch goal that if we reach $45 total, again we supply the $20, and if we reach 45 total, we will be giving prizes to the semi-finalists as well. Normally it's just the finalists, but if we reach that stretch goal, it will be semi-finalists as well. And if you liked our amateur tournaments in general, then make sure to check out our Patreon, because our Patreon is how you can support these tournaments, how you can make sure that they keep going. For now, again, as you can see on the screen, we have enough of a support to keep these tournaments as they are, but we would like to grow them and make them more valuable to our players. So yeah, make sure to check it out if you can. But with that, it looks like we will be going on a bit of a break. Make sure to get some snacks, get some water, stretch, and be right here for the semi-finals. and welcome! Welcome to the semi-finals of Master Swan Open number 85E. It is Alcyone, or Alcyone, and we are... are we good? Okay, I feel really good. Anyway, we are in the top right corner and it is the first of our players. It is the green Terran player. Let me double check that I not saying it wrong. American player, there you go. But I had to make sure I'm not mistaking. So our American player representing Berserker Esports. It is Droptimus. It's quite late in America, so you know, shoutouts to Droptimus. Meanwhile, across the map we have their opponent. It is the Red Zerg player from Philippines representing Anito. It's Geohan. The new and energized Geohan after getting some food. Because apparently Geohan has been starving this entire tournament. But now re-energized. Should see some good games. That's cute. Droptimus with the GLHF spray. With that scouting SCV. That looks like so far so standard. We have a Reaper Expand from Droptimus. We have the Hatchgas Pool from Geohan. No, nothing too out of ordinary. Looks like Droptimus also opting for that barracks, hiding behind the mineral line. So I see Jadov in the chat. Welcome, welcome. We have the Reaper from Droptimus now in the base of Geohan, and we have to... Geohan is forced to make the spores to save the drones. One of them will be going down. Reaper is now being chased by the Zerglings, so I don't think it should get much more done, but still one drone is still pretty nice for the Reaper, especially since it escapes alive. The third base goes down normally, there is no denial there. Reaper being a bit brave, fighting the twin, but does get the tumor. So small victories there from Droptimus, getting a drone, getting a tumor, and keeping the Reaper alive, even if just barely. Definitely a nice start for our Terran player. And from here it looks like it will be just a 2-on-1 with that hidden barracks for Steam. And doesn't seem like it matters all that much considering that Zergs scout much later than other races, I would say. At least with the Overlords. So either way Geohan is not able to see it, but I don't think Geohan really is like interested in scouting, as he is once again going for his roach build. And how is Droptimus set up for that? I mean, he is setting up a nice wall here on the low ground. In fact, it will be fully walled off, of course, with the depots, so the wall can be open. The Zergling of Geohan is testing that right now, and Geohan already knows that he won't be able to get through this wall without destroying it. But the roaches are already on the way. There is no bunker. This wall is made with engineering base. And there are upgrades on them too, so the upgrades themselves are in danger. Droptimus was preparing for a drop. Get it? As there are those two medivacs moving out, but the roaches are on his doorstep, and The first of the upgrades had to be cancelled. The second NG Bay is also in danger, but the drop now comes in and man with gun. Oh, man with gun. I mean, the burrow is nice and the roaches are being saved, but I mean, single roaches won't really be able to do much. Maybe they can like run by later, but yeah, I don't think that attack really did much for Geohen, and yeah, he has to move to phase 2. For now, he is getting a lair. I assume he will be going for Hydra soon. Marines are moving for the third base though, and all the drones have to be evacuated, and unfortunately all the overlords popped right at this base and they will be taken down. Major supply block for Geohen. He cannot make any reinforcements. He has to fight with what he has, and what he has is Zerglings and some roaches. It's enough to keep Terran at bay right now, but Geo has to make so many overlords. At the same time, there is a link run by across the map on the third base of Droptimus. The command center will be denied. I'm not sure if it will be destroyed, but it doesn't look like Droptimus is interested in saving it. Does actually, did he cancel, or does it just no? Does it just return resources when it dies anyway? For base for Geohen going down. There's no banningness? No, there is a banningness, but I don't think there's banning speed. Yeah, and it's not even on the way. So, quite late speed for Geohen. No, the single roaches did sneak in. They're trying to take down the tanks, which would be very cute. But unfortunately for Geohen, they are spotted before they are able to do so. A small Zergling run by is being prepared over here. Maybe Geohen can catch Droptimus off guard. As the door is open, the tank is going through it, so it cannot be closed. And the Zerglings will once again try to focus the tank. It is being repaired, but that's not enough, and one of the tanks is going down. At the same time, once again we have Zerglings in the third base location. Droptimus just not able to secure this base, but with the marine reinforcements, the base is saved this time. You know, the Terran, helping the Terran. Shaking my head. Oh, a bit of a, I would call it a doom drop, but it's more like a camouflage drop where only some of the medivacs are actually full of units. It's just a lot of medivacs, but it is being intercepted by Geohen, and actually the fight commences right in the middle here. Even though the bio splits were pretty decent, all of the bio has been cleaned up by the Lingbane. There are even some Baneling landmines left here, just in case. The fourth base is being set up. At the same time, we have another drop from Droptimus. It is of course scouted by those Zerglings at the watchtower. At the same time, we have another run by at the third base location of Droptimus, and this time there are no reinforcements here to save this base. The orbital has been finished, so it can lift and leave the place, but the base will be denied. At the same time, the drop is now in the main base of Geohen, but yeah, Geohen has the defenses and GG is called. Geohen will be taking game number 1. Yeah, so no major engagement to finish this game, more that Geohen's defenses were just a bit too solid. And Droptimus has realized that he can't really get anything more done here. I will be instead going for game number 2. Just make sure that we have the right servers here. Okay. Yeah, as a reminder for our tournaments, because this is hosted for for more of the, like, you know, Asian and Oceania time zone. Even though we do have a lot of European players, like, our rules are a bit more favorable for the time zone that this tournament is set up for. So yeah, for the C versus America, we have West Australia West, actually. Okay, players are ready. We have the colors. GLHF. Let's go. Yeah, I was just confirming with Geohen what his ping is, because I know that sometimes the connection between C and Australia can get a bit messy. So, like, I was just making sure that what server is preferable for him. Like, for example, I know that Australians have been having a hard time recently playing on Singapore server, even though it is one of the closest to them. Like, something just about the connection isn't working. So yeah, just making sure that everybody can play at the most fair server. Like, I would say the best for them, but like, that's not exactly how it works. It's more the most fair between the two players, so they can play more or less on even conditions. But anyway, it is time. We are in game number 2. We are on Oceanborn, and spawning in the bottom right corner of Oceanborn, we have the first of our players. It is the green Terran player from America, representing Berserker Esports. It's Droptimus. And across the map, his opponent is the red Zerg player from Philippines, representing Anito. It is Geohan. Again, going for that hatch first. Yeah, the players are still discussing the regions. And yeah, looks once again we will be going for a standard game. We'll see if Droptimus will also hide those barracks behind the mineral line, or if maybe we'll go for a bit of a different build. Meanwhile, for Geohan, I mean, Geohan really likes his roach build, I would say that. I just don't know if he wants to use it twice in the same series. I mean, he did use it twice versus Captain Fish, but what I mean is like one after the other. Because if you remember in the series versus Captain Fish, he used it in game 1, but he did not use it in game number 2. So we will see what is the choice of our reserve player here. And here once again, Drop Team was building the barracks behind the mineral line all the way in the corner to make sure it's less scoutable for the opponent. I mean, the Overlord will come at this angle anyway, but we'll have quite a long distance to traverse to get all the way to this side of the base. And it can be stopped in the meantime. Meanwhile, we of course have the Reaper going across the map. There are 4 Zerglings there. And they should be enough to dance with the Reaper, make sure that no damage is done to the drones. Optimus did really well with his Reaper control last game, and he is keeping his Reaper alive for the time being now. Ooh, but doesn't pay attention to it for a moment, and that's where the Zerglings come and they surround the Reaper. So an early loss there from Optimus. Very unfortunate. And the Zerglings are going across the map, so there will be some scouting done by the Zerg this time. There are Marines here, and they are attacked behind the mineral line to make sure that they don't get surrounded by the Zerglings as well. So again, this is not to do damage, this is mostly to just scout and see what the Terran is up to. What the Terran is up to is pretty standard, I would say. He is getting steam. The factory is working on the add-ons. We have a starport as well, I assume, because they're so close to each other. Maybe there will be a switch in the add-ons, as there is a reactor on that factory. So I guess once again there will be medivacs for the Marines, and there will be some drops incoming. Well, Geohen is going for the Roach Warren once again, so it looks like it will be probably the Burrow Roach build. It's definitely something that he really seems to enjoy. Don't forget to stretch, chat. Don't forget to stretch. Yeah, and the first double drop is now moving out. It will be spotted by the Zerglings of Geohen. So Geohen should be prepared for it coming. There are some Zerglings strewing at the wall of the Terran as well, so making sure to bother Optimus a little bit. Back at home, there are queens, there are roaches, so the drop shouldn't do too much damage. And it is being spotted. So once again, something that I do like to point out in these games, especially in these amateur tournaments, is that vision is definitely one of very key skills, features that you can have, because that is something that especially in the lower leagues people forget about often, is that if you have enough vision, if you can have the information ahead of time, you can prepare so much more easily for the attacks coming from your opponent. And Geohen has executed that here, and he is now breaking into the base of the Terran. The double drop has returned, but there's not that many Marines here. The tanks will definitely help, but the upgrades are being denied. And now this Link Roach army is rolling in. The wall is down, and the Zerglings will be focusing the tank. The SCVs are starting to go down. The Roaches are getting into the main base. There is no second tank. It's not even on the way. I guess there are no resources for that. No, we have the resources, so I'm not sure why it's not used. Slowly the SCVs will be dealing with these Ravagers, but not before most of them do go down, and 33 workers going down. Those are huge losses for Droptimus, and there is more there coming across the map. Just streaming in. These 2 marines will not be able to save this base. Rava just helping to break the wall. The Zerglings get straight into the minerals, straight into the mules. And GG is called just like that. Geohen is taking these semifinals 2-0. Very quick games, very decisive, very aggressive from Geohen. Not cheesy, just, you know, solid, very solid macro games, very solid defenses. Just very, very solid play from Geohen. I mean, quite impressive, honestly. So, once again, GG to Geohen, and with that, he will be taking the series. And advancing straight to the finals. With that, we can take a quick little look at our bracket. And once again, Geohen advancing to the finals. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have our second semifinals waiting. It is none other than Samir Duran versus Jadolf. So yeah, we have our second semifinal coming up next. Will be Samir Duran versus Jadolf, and we'll be setting that up very soon. Okay. Sorry, I'm not good at talking and reading at the same time. Definitely couldn't be a live translator. Okay, so it looks like we are about to be ready. The players are setting up. So we will soon be ready for our second semifinals. As a reminder, this tournament is supported by our Patreon, so if you want to see it continue, if you want to see it maybe get bigger in the future, then make sure to check out our Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat will take you there. If you are watching this on a VOD, you can also find it in the description of the video on YouTube, as well as the description of our channel on Twitch. So in case you are watching this later on, those are also available for you. Our players are ready and we can begin this semi-final. The winner will go on to face Geohen in just a few moments. I mean, a few months, just in a few games, I guess. And we will see which one of these two players it will be. Actually, I have to check that. I did look at the... we'll talk about that in a second. Anyway, welcome to Alcyone, or Alcyone, as we are in the bottom left corner of the map where we have the first of our players. It is from Australia, our blue Terran player. It's Jado. And across the map we have his opponent. It is the purple Zerg player. It is Samir Duran. And yes, I intentionally pronounce it with a hard R because that's how Duran said it, honestly. Samir Duran had a bit of an accent in the game. For those who don't know, Samir Duran was a character in the first StarCraft game. I don't remember if his name specifically is mentioned in StarCraft 2 campaign. I can't quite remember, but it is said that Narud is Duran, so hey. Also, as a reminder, because I did mention that earlier on in the tournament, Samir Duran is actually a recent champion of Ducklings Open and runner-up of the previous Ducklings Open as well. And what is very characteristic about his style of play is that he has this build that he goes for very often. That is pull first, into double expand, into 6 Zerglings, and then no units for like a long time. He has some variations, like sometimes like I've even seen him go like, I'm not sure if it was 12 pull, but it was like at least a very early pull with drone pull, so you know, just fully committed. So that has happened in the past as well. But he seems to really enjoy going for this double expansion, no units kind of style. Just getting those 6 Zerglings early on for defense. Oh, have I started the predictions? Now that I think about it. Oh, I haven't. Okay, hold on. Predictions are now live. Well, they are still live because I am 2 minutes in the future. So make sure to vote for them. As the Zerglings actually make it right into the main base of Jado. The SCVs are pulled off the line to fight this. And one SCV was lost, but that one SCV was the scouting SCV, so actually really nice defense from Jado. To be fair, this was just a bit of a harassment force, like it wasn't really like a very committed attack, but that was still a pretty nice defense. Like despite pulling workers off the line, like none of them actually went down. Just a bit of damage. So yeah, pretty good. In the meantime, looks like Samir Duran is going for the Roach variant of this build because he does have 2 different versions. The Roach variant is definitely the more common. Ooh, as the Reaper does get that first 2 more, so nicely done there by Jado. Always quite annoying for the Zergs, and it looks like Jado is going for a Cloak Banshee after that. I mean, Banshees definitely help with the Roaches, but we'll see how it goes for him as the first Roaches are already out and this small harassment force has to go away. Yeah, I said saying Naruto is the... Yeah, that's... I think... I don't remember if it was specifically, like, said, like, you know, in lore that it's him, or if people are just like, well, that's obviously him. I just don't remember if they specifically said it, but I think it is believed that that is the same guy. Meanwhile, the roaches are attacking. The bunker is empty and it is being under attack. So it's an interesting situation. We have all these Hellions, but the bunker actually doesn't have anything in it, and it is the focus of this fight. And with that, the roaches are actually going down. The Banshee just clean it up together with the help of the Cyclone and the Hellions. And yeah, and this attack is suddenly gone. Very interesting now. Damn it, Light VIP. It's not Naruto Sandstorm. It's Naruto Sandstorm. Ah. All this music is the same. The Hellions get right into the first base of Samir Duran, and they are frying all of the drones. We have a huge BBQ here, 15 drones going down, and there are still more units left over. The Cyclone will be dealt with by the roaches, but the Banshees and all the Hellions, I mean, most of the Hellions do escape. To be fair, I'm not even sure if it was most. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3? Yeah, I'm sure we had a few more Hellions over there. So 3 going down, 3 coming home. But a very nice damage there for J-Dog. You know, Samir Duran, again, only working on the economy for now. Getting more bases. The roaches were not remade, I don't think. Yeah, I guess 4. That's not a lot. And to be fair, they won't help anyway against those Banshees. The Queens will though. One of these Banshees is very low already. Duran getting his Baning Nest now as well. I almost would like to see some Hydras from his side because of the Banshees, but I mean the Banshees are only temporary, right? Like it's mostly the harassment force, so probably not worth the commitment. Have to see where we go next. J-Dub, of course, going for the typical bio composition, getting more barracks over there. Actually, hold on. Okay, I was like, wait, where is the factory? Apparently, the factory has escaped my sight in this screen, as it's nicely tucked here between all the axes. There's only one factory, just making tanks, you know, just supporting this army. Some roaches are trying to cross the map, but they meet the army of J-Dog together with the Banshees. The Banshees have joined the main force. Looks like they will be helping with clearing out the creep. Baning speed is about to be ready, which is very important for this engagement. The Bio army is engaging with the Queens. The Banings are about to finish. Some of them will be rolling in, but most of them actually crash on the tank. The tank does go down, but the Marines are saved. All the Queens are trying to fight this Terran army, and I mean they're doing a pretty good job, but they are starting to go down. While Terran still has forces, the last tank goes down, the Cyclone is still here to support, and we have mostly men with guns. Zerglings will try to do what they can, but I mean they can only do so much without Banelings. The rest of the Terran army is picked up, and I mean Zerg defends for now, but not without losses. Most importantly, all those Queens going down, we have 9 dead Queens in total. Actually, what am I doing? I should be using this. Yeah, there you go. The Zerglings try to retaliate across the map, going for the third base, but there's a very nice SimCity set up by Jadov. The tank is there to help as well. And no damage is done on Terran side of the map. Excuse me while I make my room very dark, because purple Zerg is incredibly difficult to see on the minimap. Specifically purple Zerg, it's probably one of the worst color schemes for map vision. Once again, Jadov is going across the map, trying to get up this ramp. The Lingbane is there to respawn though. Not a lot of Banelings though, mostly Zerglings. But that is a lot of Lingbane regardless. Very what? Kuro, what are you saying? What are you trying to say, Kuro, huh? Where is your English grammar going? Very scary force by Samir Duran. Like, definitely not something Jadov wants to fight out in the open. There are also big Zerglings on the way, and by big Zerglings I mean there is an Ultra Cavern currently being morphed. We have the Swan. Good drone. Straight into the tank fire. Yeah, Jadov is preparing another attack. At the same time, a double drop is meeting some Zerglings on the top left side, so... I'm not sure who intercepted who there, if that was a bit of a link run by going there, or maybe Duran just noticed the drop coming in. Meanwhile, Jadov once again setting up a position at this third base, once again trying to go up this ramp, and this time there is not a lot of resistance, but the queens have been remade. There are so many queens here, and the transfusers are all active, but they will be running out of energy soon, and with that the Terran army can move forward. The Banelings try to come from behind, but they're not able to get anything done. Now Jadov has to split as these Banelings are rolling in. The Widowmines are definitely help dealing with this Lingbane, and most of the bio does survive that engagement. The second one goes a bit worse. There's still more like Lingbane left over, and Jadov makes sure to retreat into a safer position with the tank. The queens get a bit of time to recharge their energy. The ultras have also popped up as well. The Chitinous plating is finished. Ooh, some big shots on the Lingbane. An entire Lingbane army is decimated. The Widowmines will be picked off by the queens, it looks like, but I mean, they did their job. They dealt with the Lingbane, but again, the big Zerglings are here. The ultras are chasing the tanks, and Jadov has to be very careful about how he engages them. Also, it appears we have a bit of a traffic jam. It's fine, don't worry about it. The ultras are running into the Terran army. The Widowmines have recharged and will be doing a lot of damage to those smaller units, but the ultras are marching forward. The bio is quite vulnerable now. The SimCity will stop them though. The SimCity is working very well for Jadov there. He is able to kite the ultras back. The SCVs are going down, unfortunately, at the same time as there was a run by at the top base. But the ultras are slowly being dealt with. We have liberators in the mix now as well. Last Ultra is at the third base and will also be kited. That's not what I wanted to press. Units. Yeah, actually, Duran has no fighting units. He only has queens for defense. He is remaking Zerglings, he is remaking Ultras, but he has lost entire army. That is actually crazy. Of course, Jadov also has suffered some losses, so he won't be attacking immediately. Like, he has to, you know, regroup, make sure that he has everything that he needs. So that gives Duran that little bit of time for the new Zerglings to pop up. But yeah, that was a very scary moment for Samir Duran, as he has lost the entire army in this counter-attack. I like this single SCV being healed by all these medivacs. Ah. It's like they're all sending him out. And he's gonna go back home as well. He actually drags a bunch of queens with him, so that's actually a really nice distraction there. Probably not intentional, but it was still pretty funny. Well, the queens attack, the ultras attacking from the back though, and a lot of the bio army does go down. Some of it does escape in the medivacs and will be dropped in the main base. There are also liberators here setting up position in the third. The ultras are rotating to the main. And this Terran army will eventually be dealt with, so very actually good engagement for Samir Duran. Nicely surrounding, yes, the Terran. Unfortunately not for him, not without losses though. Still 9 drones go down. You can tell that I'm getting tired, can't you? I don't quite have the stamina for a full solo broadcast. So yeah, 9 drones going down, and once again we have this ultra counter-attack. The Widow Mines do something up, but they do not kill them. But this time this army has many more Marauders than last time. So it will definitely be able to better deal with the ultras. The SCVs are unfortunately trapped with this layer. They try to save the planetary, but I don't think they will be able to do so. But at the same time, that gives Jadov time to position on top of this ram, and he is able to deal with most of these ultras. The Corruptors are here to deal with the medivacs, I guess, but there are no more medivacs here. Liberators are also going down to the Corruptors. One of them does survive, but yeah, the Corruptors are a bit of dead supply for the run now. I'm not quite sure if that was the best idea to get that many of them. So, you know, a few Corruptors could be useful, but that is a big army that isn't really doing much for the Zerg. We have one ghost leading the party here. That's clearly the general of this Terran push. Jadov trying to approach this from a bit of a different direction, going for the top side of the map instead. Duran destroying these rocks, maybe trying to surround the army. And the Lingbane attacks from the back and from the front, clearing up most of the Terran army. The tanks are going down, the bio is going down. If that, GG is called, and Samir Duran will be taking game number 1. So yeah, overall I would say this was a really even game. Like, both players just, you know, going blow for blow. And yeah, in the end it looks like Samir Duran was just a little bit better. Like, Jadov lost a bit too many units, but honestly this was really close. Like, Jadov was able to deal with Zerg armies time and again, but yeah, in the end he was just missing a little bit. that we are getting ready for game number 2 of these semifinals. As a reminder that this is the second semifinals, and whoever wins this series will be facing Geohen in the finals of this month's tournament. And we are now ready. Welcome to Ghost River, a map that we have not seen yet today. And on the Ghost River, in the top right corner of Ghost River, we have the first of our players. It is the blue Terran player from Australia. A very well-known player to us, somebody who appears in the chat quite a lot and is a friend to the channel. It is Jado. When I cross the map, we have the opponent of said Terran player. We have the Zerg, the purple Zerg, who is also a champion of the most recent Ducklings Open. It is Samir Duran. Samir Duran, also known as Mar before, he has also used that name. Mar, for those who don't know, is I believe a hybrid in StarCraft 2 campaign. I really should know for certain who all those people are, huh? One day I will finish the StarCraft 2 campaign. I will admit I have never finished. I tried, but I failed the mission and then I just didn't have time to go back to it. And it's like, yeah, like I developer is like I watch a lot of like, I don't maybe not a lot, but like I watch a decent amount of like YouTubers playing the campaigns and stuff like that. But I just never finished it myself. One day. One day. I did finish Heart of the Swarm, I think. Yeah, I think it was specifically Legacy that I didn't finish. So I think... I don't know if I finished Wings. It might be that somebody like played and I like watched it maybe? Can't remember. But I think I finished HOTS on my own. Question mark? I actually legit can't remember. It's been so many years ago. I remember I played the Zerg campaign. Because that's exactly when I switched to Zerg as my main race. I just don't remember if I finished. Like I know what happens in the story. I just don't remember if I played it myself. One day I just have to complete all the campaigns just for the sake of it. Just gonna have to make a series of streams of the StarCraft 2 campaign. Just no brutal, no nothing, just straight up StarCraft campaign. In the meantime though, it looks like Jadov is going for free racks. No factory, no starport, no nothing, just free racks with the first CC on the way. So I guess we will be getting more aggressive in this game. Duran, meanwhile, once again going for those free hatcheries. Going straight for a lair. Meanwhile, we have a question in chat. Is there a prize in this? Yes, there is in fact a prize pool for this tournament. The prize pool is... the total prize pool of this monthly event is $20, from which 15 goes to the... Hold on. 10 goes to the winner. There you go. 10 goes to the winner. 5 goes to the runner-up, and another 5 goes to random participant. Both our Ducklings Open, Master Swan Open, and our Open tournament, Sparkling Tuna Cup. As I said that, I realized how silly that sentence sounds. But regardless, all 3 of those tournaments do feature random participant prize, which means that any player that has completed at least one full series is eligible for additional $5 regardless of where they place. And it is completely random. It can be someone who is in the finals, it can be someone who lost in the first round. We don't know. The only requirement is to complete at least one series, because obviously, like, you know, if someone signs up but doesn't show, that doesn't really qualify. But if you have played in the tournament, you are eligible to be part of the raffle. As we have the first move out from Jado, Steam has just completed. Combat Shield is about to as well. Banelings are on the way for the run, but they are not here yet. There is no baneling speed, but it is about to complete, so that will be available. And how is the control from Jado? The banelings are being sniped, but now the speed has finished. The splits are decent, but not good enough, and it looks like the entire Terran army is cleaned up. Meanwhile, the Zerglings counter-attack is going across the map. The Changeling has stopped the depot from lifting up. Very nice move there for Samir Duran. And now the SCVs are falling. The Zerglings are in the natural base. The Marines are trying to defend it, but there are more reinforcements coming. The wall stands strong for now, though. But this is not the end. The Banelings are getting ready. Samir Duran will try to bust this wall, and what does Radel have to defend? He has the Marines, and just the Marines. As a reminder, the starport is only now on their way, is only halfway done, so there are no medivacs. Factory is busy making an add-on for that starport, so there are no factory units either, just these Marines to defend from this Lingbane attack, and they are already so damaged. And just with that, GG is called. Samir Duran will be taking the series 2-0. Congratulations to Samir Duran, very nicely played. I especially liked that. That changeling setup on top of the depot of Jado, so to ensure that the wall cannot be closed. So very nicely done, like very good micro moves essentially from Samir Duran, like very nice quick thinking, and that has won him the game pretty much. So with that, we will take a quick little break, make sure that we can set up the finals, and after that there will be the random raffle, and right after that we will be ready for our best of 5 finals of this monthly tournament. So, you know, get some snacks, get some drinks, stretch, and be right here in just 5 short minutes. See you then. welcome back! Welcome back to Master Swan Open number 85. We are currently getting ready for our finals of this monthly tournament. It will be Geohan versus Samir Duran, and that will be just in a moment, but before we get to that we have something else to do first. As a reminder, we have a random participant raffle in this tournament, which means that every player who has participated in this tournament, so every player who has completed at least one full series, no matter if they won or lost that series, is eligible for additional $5 bonus. Once again, it doesn't matter if you finish in the finals or if you dropped out in the first round. Everybody who has played is eligible. So, without further ado, let me randomize the list. And with that, the winner of this month's raffle is... That was very great. That was the drum roll. The winner is Medic Jr. Medic Jr., who actually did lose to Droptimus in one of the first rounds, so, you know, still showed up, played their match, and they have won the random participant raffle. So Medic Jr., if you hear this, make sure to join the match, you know, because this is how you get your payout. And yeah, congratulations on the additional $5. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for... We are getting ready for our finals. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I think someone needs to chill up a bit. Yeah, it looks like we need to reset up the lobby as the lobby bug is once again here. That happens. Okay. So are we ready? Oh, it's a ZVZ final! I didn't even realize. We are back to good old days of ZVZ finals. Remember when Duckling Open was called ZVZ Duckling Open? That was a thing. It hasn't been happening quite as often lately. Like lately we had a good mix of various races, but it looks like we are back to the ZVZs. So one of our players still needs a moment to be ready to set up. So yeah, make sure to stretch. Make sure you don't become too stiff just sitting there in the chair, or maybe you're lying down. I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna tell you to sit up because maybe you're just chilling watching this stream, and that is perfectly fine as well. Just make sure to, you know, move every once in a while, so you just don't become a pretzel forever. And we are now ready for the first game of our series. And we are on Ghost River, where in the top left corner we have the first of our players. It is from Philippines, representing Anito. We have Giohan. And across the map we have also a Zerg, this time in purple. It is Samir Duran. As I realized I didn't change their... Hold on. Hold on. Fixing it. Okay. There you go. And predictions are live as well. Ooh, and I see what is going on as Samir Duran goes for an early pull. Although it is... This is a 16 pull, isn't it? So this is more of a defensive setup, I guess. Meanwhile, Giohan opting for that gas pool. Neither player going for a hatch. I mean, on Ghost River it would be quite risky in a CPC. But both of our players are expanding, so it doesn't look like we will see any cheeses. We still can see aggression. It's entirely possible for either of our players, but we will see if either of them wants to go there. Samir Duran going for his 6 Zerglings as usual. And so does Giohan. And looks like even though the starts of the builds were different, in the end they arrived to a similar point, like the queens and so on are pretty much similarly timed, but Giohan's speed will be much faster. That said, Samir Duran is trying to make up for it, making a few more links. But for now they are even, and it looks like this battle in the middle of the map actually went in the favor of Samir. Zerglings of Giohan have to go back home. Speed is not even halfway done, so it will be a while before that will be useful. The queen will help out with the defense, but yeah, this is actually a little bit risky. Few more Zerglings had to be made by Giohan. And that doesn't... It looks like Samir Duran is not going to let up on the aggression. More Zerglings are on the way. The second base is not being saturated whatsoever. It's only Zerglings on the menu. Giohan is working on Baning Nest. It's about to be completed, but there are no Banings yet. I believe Giohan has seen how many Zerglings there are from Duran. I'm not sure if he fully realizes just how committed this is, but I think he has a decent idea. Still trying to get out a few drones here and there, because obviously you want to get that economy going, but yeah, getting ready with the Banelings now. And again, the Baning Nest of Giohan is much faster than that of Duran. Ooh, and Giohan going straight into roaches. I mean, definitely it is an option, but you have to be careful because with huge amounts of speedlings, like roaches can actually get surrounded if there's not too many of them, and that can end not too well. But if you're able to get a nice roach ball and, you know, protect them from getting surrounded one by one, they're actually able to deal with it pretty well. Oh, that first Banelings there, a bit of a bait. And it does get a decent chunk of the Zerglings. So nice start there. Oh, but actually the wall was not fully protected. Some of the Zerglings did slip by, but the banks were there to save the day. The queen will be going down though. Banings are being traded, the queen is helping with dealing with the rest of them, but few of the Banings do survive for the run. And the drones have to evacuate. The queen is going down, which is very unfortunate for Geohan. But the roaches are now popping up. One of the Banings will be going into the main base, but one is not enough to kill the drones. It will damage them quite a lot. So if any of the Zerglings does slip by, they will be able to finish them off. But Geohan is making sure that does not happen. He plugs that wall. He has a lot of Zerglings of his own. He has the Banings as well. And the Zerglings are actually escaping to go for a retaliation. Samir Duran is preparing at home. All the Zerglings have been pulled back and he definitely has much bigger force than that of Geohan. Duran has also started to drone a little bit. I did see a few drones on that production tab, I think. Just a few though. I think he just finished like the saturation on the main base. Still not saturating the natural though, still focusing on the offensive. And I guess for now on the overlords. Yeah, the Link Bane wars continue. More Banings from Geohan are marching straight into the base of Duran. Some of them will be attacking on the army. The rest of them are trying to find something in the bases themselves, but they are not able to get to the mineral lines. And Geohan has to give up on this aggression. So Duran is transitioning, he is getting the drones, he is getting a lair as well. But Geohan has roaches. There's not many of them though. You have to keep in mind. Again, the roaches in small numbers do get surrounded by Zerglings and that can be quite dangerous for them. But if Geohan is able to get a nice position, he should be able to do just fine. That said, there are actually not that many Zerglings on the side of Duran. He used a lot of them in that defense and he's not been remaking them consistently. So the roaches are actually able to march forward. There are still a few Banings, which are definitely helping here. The queens are on top of the ramp though. I mean, taking the queens will definitely be valuable for Geohan if he can do it. But yeah, the roaches are getting surrounded. Again, in small numbers, roaches are very vulnerable to this. That said, 7 drones did go down, so Geohan did get some damage done across the map, just not as good as he wanted it to be. We have another round by coming from Duran. The wall is still protected, but these single roaches have to be careful. At the same time, few more drones did go down. I guess another run by or another Baning did get in. And there's another roach force coming from Geohan as well. Duran of course has vision of this, has the overloads around the map. Was a cute little poke at the evolution chamber. There is no Ravager in the mix as well. I'm not entirely sure how Ravager will add to this kind of army, but it's always a nice addition. And it looks like behind this, Samir Duran is transitioning into Spire. Definitely an interesting choice, and we have another engagement here. The Zerglings are trying to surround the roaches, but they're not quite able to do so, and now I don't know if there is enough of them to defend this army, but it looks like it's just barely close enough. But yeah, there are obviously no spores across the map. There are a few queens. How many queens total do we have? We have 5 queens for Geohen. I guess if the mutas count like that, that will be like a lot of like repositioning and stuff. But with Geohen going roaches, I just don't know if mutas are worth it, because you know what you do with roaches is you just ignore the mutas and go across the map, and because the opponent has focused on mutas, they don't have enough like army on the ground to defend. But we will see if Samir Duran maybe can manage it. Roaches are marching across the map. Yeah, and this Geohen is getting a high run as well, so that will definitely help against the mutas. So again, there are a lot of Zerglings here, but they are not able to fully surround this army, and now the roaches are overpowering this. These free mutas are not able to stop them in time, and the roaches are in the natural. The roaches are in the main base. The drones are starting to fall. The queens alone are not able to defend. All the links are gone. Ran is trying to remake them, but he's not able to do so. They won't be here in time, as the roaches are decimating the entire mineral line. The queens have fallen, and the roach speed is only just finishing for Geohen as well. Looks like the drones will be able to eventually clean up the roaches. But this is not the end of this attack. There are still bandings forward. There are still a few roaches as well. Oh, the drones, they clamp up as well, but one banding is not enough to kill them off, of course. And I mean, even if Geohen was like lost all of those roaches, like he has seen the mutas. He is aware that that is a possibility. He has the hydras out. And he should be able to defend, although these drones are in danger. The first base was not protected. Yeah, we have a bit of a roach hydra composition from Geohen, and that should be enough to fend off these mutas. Another attack is coming towards Duran. The mutas go for harassment instead, but can Duran save his own base? Forces of Zerglings are not as mighty as they were before. Geohen has the range upgrades as well, that is important to point out, and GG is called. Geohen will be taking game number 1. Okay. Our next map selected. Yes, Geohen is taking a minute to stretch, very important. Especially in these intense games, you know, and you micro and you macro in games like StarCraft 2, but in a lot of other games as well, a lot of competitive games especially. It's good to make sure that your arms are stretched, your hands are stretched, your fingers and so on. Make sure you don't get any injuries. Like obviously the most common injuries are the wrist injuries in the StarCraft players. So make sure that you take care of your body, but because it actually is really important. It may not seem like it, but it is important. It is always better to, you know, prevent injuries than to try and heal them. And welcome to Golden Aura. Golden Aura is our second map, and we are in the top left corner. Where we have the first of our players. It is the blue Zerg player from Philippines, representing Anito. It's Giohan. And across the map, his opponent. It is the purple Zerg player. I believe representing himself, but I think I might have seen they may be on Platinum Heroes. I do not know that for sure, but I think I've seen that clan tag on a different server, so just keep that in mind. But it is Samir Duran. Going for a hatch first on this map. I mean, Golden Aura is not a small map. Giohan opting to be more secure, going for that gas and pull. And we'll see how this game goes, because in the previous game, like, even though I guess trying to figure out what I'm saying, but like both of our players started like with earlier pulls last game, like not early pulls, but like they started with pull first. This game Samir Duran is starting with the hatchery first, and I do wonder if that means that he's gonna go for a more macro approach, or if he once again wants to be more aggressive. Because in the last game it was Samir Duran who brought the aggression. I remember injuring my arm after an MSO after not playing for a week. I think he was making the rest of my arm hurt. That is entirely possible. You would be surprised how little injuries can really like mess up your entire body. Anyway, we have these Zerglings from Giohan. This time he is on the offensive. He gets one drone for it, but there are Zerglings from Duran to respond to it, so it's just a little bit of an early pressure, and I mean, Giohan did get a drone for it. It didn't lose any Zerglings, so pretty nicely done. But yeah, going back to Echo, there are a lot of like injuries like that. Where you have like single finger like messes up your entire arm. Like if you like have like a broken toe, like suddenly you cannot walk even though it's just like a single toe. Like there are a lot of like these like injuries that we just don't realize how important it is for the rest of our mechanics to work. Oh, a nice scout from Samir Duran. Goes all the way up to the main base, sees the Baningness, sees the speed finishing exactly. So a good bit of information, but Samir Duran has already decided on his tech path, going for a Roach Warren straight up, with the attack upgrade as well. Giohan, upon scouting that, decides to go for a Roach Warren of his own, but his upgrade will definitely be much later, if he decides to get it at all, because he does not have an Evo yet. He is only gonna be making one now, I think. Oh, actually no, going straight for the third base instead. So Geohen going into this with no upgrades, which is very important in the battle. Like, assuming they will have similar numbers of roaches, like that can turn very risky for Geohen quite quickly. And the lair is just starting for Geohen as well. Meanwhile, the lair for Samir Duran has already finished, and his roach speed is already like halfway done. Also, Duran seems to be really careful about protecting this wall, continuously making evos and cancelling them. That does take quite a like timing attention, I guess, because this was the second time like he cancelled it right before it finished. So it's definitely nicely done. Looks like Geohen is now starting his upgrade as Samir Duran is about to finish. Of course, he won't have roach speed because the lair has still to finish, so it will be a while before he can get that speed down. And Duran is already moving out. Fortunately for Geohen, he will be the defender, which means he has the defender advantage, he has the static defense as well. But is that enough? Look how fast the roaches of Duran are. They just zoom in. But again, Geohen has the static defense, he has the choke point as well, but Roach Warren is actually under fire, it is in danger. And speed will be denied together with the ability to make roaches in the first place. Duran is pushing forward. I mean, there are a lot of roaches from Geohen. They were QE'd before the Roach Warren went down. They were able to pop up just in time, but that is a big loss for Geohen. Like, it will slow down his production quite a bit. That said though, Samir Duran did go back home. Like, he completely gave up on putting more pressure on the blue Zerg. The crab was pretending to be a Zerg for a second. That was cute. And while we have Zerglings from Geohen trying to go for a bit of a run by in the bases of Samir Duran, he is able to scout that ferret. He also gets into the natural and the main base. Isn't able to get any damage done, but is able to get information about what is going on around. And this time it is Geohen who goes for that spire, and we'll see if that works better for him than it did for Duran. I guess he realizes that he will be behind on roaches no matter what, because he had the little window when he wasn't able to make them. But we'll see if a spire is what he needs to, like, you know, change that advantage. The changing from Duran does scout all the numbers of the army. Definitely doesn't look suspicious, just following the roaches. Well, yes, Duran has superior numbers. The Queens try to help the Ravager as well, but yeah, with the numbers he should be able to overpower this army. The Mutas come to help, but I don't know how much they can do. There's only 3 of them. The 4th is joining in, but the entire ground army is gone. The Queens are the ones holding 4th, but that is all. GG is called, and Samir Duran is tying up the series 1-1. So we had a bit of a reverse situation in game number 2. And yeah, once again, it does not look like the Mutas are really working out as that advantage in a Roach versus Roach. But I mean, you have to do something, right? And if the opponent just happens to be a bit too passive, like the Mutas can definitely work out, but if they pile on the aggression, the Mutas are just not fast enough, like in production. we're currently waiting for the next map to be selected. Reminder, this is loser's pick. It reminds me I should probably keep track of which map we already played. Because in those longer series it's easy to forget. We just played on Golden. My casting tool is not updated, so it keeps to changing golden aura into golden wall. I give up. It's golden wall now. Yeah. Once again, this is a best of 5, so this will not be the last game of this series, no matter which player wins. So we will have more ZVZ on our hands. And for those who are just tuning in, this is the finals of Master Swan Open, which is a monthly tournament for Masters players and below for up to 4.7k MMR. We also have Duckling Open, which should be happening in 2 weeks, which is for Diamond and below. We have those 2 amateur tournaments alternating every 2 weeks. So if you would like to participate in an amateur event, then make sure to check it out. Join our Discord. Our Discord is usually the place where you can find about all the signups the earliest. So that's the ideal place to be if you are interested. Meanwhile, we are now loaded into Oceanborn, which is the 3rd map of our series, and in the bottom right corner we have the first of our players. It is in the blue, the Zerg player from Philippines, representing Anito. It is Johan. And across the map we have his opponent. It is the purple Zerg player. Maybe from Platinum Heroes? It is Samir Duran. Oh yeah, I was supposed to mention the thing about the tag. So obviously, you know, players, our tournaments are open to players from various regions, which means, for example, we have like European players playing here. So their main server is Europe, but we are playing on Americas because that's the first server between various regions. Like, obviously it depends on the region. Like, if we have 2 European players playing, of course they can go play on EU. So there are rules about that, but a lot of times, like, the first server between different regions is the Americas server, various servers on the Americas region. But what I'm getting at is that because those players may have their main servers, their main ladder accounts on different servers, that also usually means that they have clan tags on different servers. And some teams, like makes their members join the tag on every server. Some others don't. I mean, obviously with amateur players, like, it's probably less enforced to join on every server. Usually just join on your main server, and then depends on the clan, depends on the player. Like, a lot of these players, like, basically don't use accounts on other servers unless they have to play in a tournament like this. So what I'm getting at is that it's very hard to know sometimes what is the team, what is the clan of specific players. Because they may have that clan tag on a different server, and we used to be able to check that by going to their profile on the StarCraft website. As there is a StarCraft website, like there is a website where you could see every profile of every account if you had the link for it. Normally, like, you can only see like your own, like, I don't think there is like a search function or anything, like you can just see the profile if you have the link for it. And on that profile it would display the clan tag, it would display the clan name, which is something you can't see in game, funnily enough. Ooh, as these Zerglings are actually able to get the queen, maybe. Nice start there for Geohen. Yeah, the queen will be going down, very nicely done. At the same time, Duran also going across the map and may also get the queen of Geohen. Getting a bit of a crazy start here, both players getting aggressive. That said though, it looks like Geohen's defense was a bit tighter as Duran does lose 4 drones. But once again, he will be faster on the roaches. Now to go back to what I was getting at. We used to be able to get the clan tags through that website, but like maybe 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, that the profile just stopped working. Like, you can't see any profile, including your own. Like, the profiles just stopped working. The website gives 404. Like, the website itself works, but you can no longer see the profiles. So we have no way of checking the clan tags of specific players. We can check like their played games. We can check their level through the SC2 Pulse, I believe it's called. There is that application which uses the Blizzard API to get that information, but that also means, like, it also shows the clan tags, but they're not always up to date. Like, it takes a while before the API updates the clan tags specifically. So that's why sometimes we're not quite sure what team, what clan some players are on. So apologies in advance that we're not able to get it right. So if you would like to, if you would like to let us know that you are representing a specific clan, then feel free to tell us. That's also why we have that other info table in the registration form. So like, if you want to represent a specific clan, you can also specify it there. Of course, you should be a member of that clan. I'm just saying, you shouldn't be like, oh yeah, I'm actually from like Team Liquid or like Basilisk. Like, we would know if you were, probably. But yeah, like, especially for the smaller, for the lesser known clans, it would be nice information with them. Anyway, it looks like this time Samir Duran did actually make a solid wall and was forced to destroy one of the Evos to be able to get out. And once again, he is going for roaches, and they are slightly faster than the ones of Geohen. The thing is, Geohen actually, even though he did make roaches, he also went for the Spire much earlier. Like, because remember last time the Spire was more of a reaction to losing the Roach Warren, but this time this is the plan. Geohen is making that Spire behind all of this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that was a big lag spike. Not sure who it was, but that was big. But right now Duran is at the front door of Geohen. Geohen has static defense, has the queens to help out, but the roaches are going down. The queens have no energy for transfuses. Drones are being pulled off the line, but there are still so many roaches left over for Duran here. Even the spines are going down and the roaches now have free reign over the natural. The mutas are on the way, but they're only now popping out. And to be fair, there are not that many roaches, so maybe the mutas can deal with them, but not before a lot of the drones will be dying. 11 drones already down and counting. They try to escape. The mutas are trying to focus the damaged roaches, but there are more streaming across the map, and I don't think 5 mutas are able to deal with this. 6 mutas even. Geohen is trying to make more, but the roaches are still moving forward, and I mean, to be fair, the more the mutas there are, the easier it is for him to focus down on those roaches, but 27 drones dying, and this third hatchery is now in danger as well. Duran is also working on hydras. So even if the mutas make it across the map, they won't be able to get much damage done with the hydras out. So even though eventually Geohen is cleaning up this attack, he just lost so much. He lost so many drones, he lost the queens, he lost the hatchery. And now he will try to go across the map, I guess kill some overlords on the way. That will definitely slow down Samir Duran. As we know, the roaches are quite tanky in supply. But now we have hydras, we have spores. Geohen is in a very rough situation. He will try to see what he can do with those mutas. But Duran may just be a little bit too prepared. +1 attack for mutas is about to finish, which is definitely nice. But now the hydras are out and the mutas have to be very careful about their position. He does successfully supply block Samir Duran. Now it's dancing with the spores. Trying to remake drones back at home. Trying to catch up in economy. But the mutas are not able to get damage done, and you know, Duran is just mining happily. Has those hydras for defense. All bases are protected by spores and these mutas just can't get anything done. So even if Geohen is surviving right now, like in the long run, he will be just out macroed. And now the hydras are here, the hydras are across the map. And they are knocking at the door of Geohen. Roach Warren is done, no more roaches will be made. The drones are falling and GG's called. Samir Duran is currently up 2-1. Okay, we have our next map. A reminder, Duran is currently on match point. This is a best of 5, so Samir Duran only needs 1 more point to win this finals. Meanwhile, Geohen needs 2. And he cannot lose a single map now if he wants to win the finals of this tournament. Of course, both of our players will be awarded prizes, as both finalists do get a payout. But still, being a winner is being a winner, you know. So you do want to be the champion. I see Dash in the chat, supporting fellow C players. Now we have some people cheering for our players in the chat, so we'll see. We'll see if Geohen can bring this back. Or if this will be another victory for Samir Duran. Welcome to Alcyone, or Alcyone. Both versions are apparently correct. Mapmaker, please. Mapmakers, please. If you want to have these map names, then make sure that people know how to pronounce them. Just saying. Anyway. We are now in game number 4 and we are here in the top right corner looking at the blue Zerg player from Philippines representing Anito. It is Giohan. And across the map we have our purple Zerg player currently up 2-1 in the series, currently on match point, just needing one more win to take this entire tournament. It is Samir Duran. Duran once again going for the touch first. Giohan opting for a pool. More safe, I guess, opener, because this was not an early pool, just like 16 pool, I believe, or 15 maybe. So just a safety pool in case Duran decides to be very aggressive. But neither of our players are. I mean, Alcyone is not a small map, so definitely can macro up a bit more. Oh no. Is that good? Samir Duran saying he brings the lessons from G's. I have a feeling I've heard that name before and people were definitely saying it with a bit of salt. Just want to put that out. Can't exactly remember why, but people know of that name. Well, it looks like Giohan is sending those 6 links of his across the map and they are reaching now the natural of Samir Duran. Yeah, he tried to get the links as they were spawning but wasn't quite able to do it. And Samir Duran has enough links of his own to respond to this, so there will be no damage done. Giohan, of course, getting that early banningness. I mean, I say early, it's fairly like... how do I put it? It's on schedule. Like, typically what you do with Zerg is like the first 100 gas is for your speed, then the next 50 gas is for the banningness, and that's basically the timing you get it in as easy. Duran once again skipping that link bay phase and going straight for the roaches. I mean, it worked for him so well in previous games, so why not do this again? Ooh, but the banelings from Giohan are coming in. Some of the Zerglings are being dealt with and there are still so many banelings. The Queen will help with the defense. The drones are being split pretty nicely actually. Very nicely done there from Samir Duran. Only 3 drones falling to this Bane attack. Of course it did deny quite some mining time, but those were some really nice splits over there. And look, only a few drones are actually damaged from that attack. Only 3 drones went down and yeah, that was just very nice response from Duran. Few more links are coming in, slipping through the cracks of the wall. They are there to finish the job of those banelings, but they're not quite able to do so. But these banelings may. If Duran doesn't realize that there are banelings hiding in his base, this may become quite a dire situation. The Queen will be here to help. Once again, we are splitting drones and those are some good splits. Once again, 3 drones will be going down, but yeah, very nice split there from Samir Duran. Very on point there with the micro. That's Spore blocking the entrance. That's a very creative way to make a wall because of course Spore can be repositioned, so it is a bit of a gate for the Zerg. Even transfusing the Spore to make sure that it survives a little bit while longer, but the evolution chamber is starting to go down. There are still so many Zerglings here. It doesn't look like Geohan wants to let go of the aggression, and the Zerglings are running straight into the natural base. Ooh, even skipping the natural. Actually, they're going straight for the main instead. I mean, he knows there are damaged drones there, and he will try to get them, but yeah, the drones are actually able to deal with it themselves, and now the roaches are dealing with the banning, so there will be no more damage here done by Geohan. So while those run-bys are really nice for Geohan, like he is able to get into the bases, he's not able to actually do damage. There's yet another wave of Zerglings coming from Geohan. He does have Roach Warren, but he's not really making roaches. He's just focusing on the Zerglings for now. Meanwhile, Duran already has his army of roaches. Already has an upgrade on the way for them as well. Going for +1/+1. The drone going for a third is denied by Geohan, but it's only a bit of a delay. The wall is protected by all of those roaches, and once again Geohan is going for a Spire together with the roaches. Like, the roach upgrades are not neglected, he is getting the roach speed. But there will be a Spire with it. Looks like both of our players are setting up those third bases. Geohan's still trying to see if he can get any aggression here, but the roaches are on top of things. The mutas are now on the way. There are no spores from the side of Duran. I don't think he knows about the mutas quite yet. The Spire is on the back of the natural base, and Duran has not tried attacking across the map yet. Geohan once again sneaking into main base of Duran, trying to get some banelings. Ooh, maybe actually they may do something. Yeah, Duran does not notice the banelings, but can he split? Yeah, no splits this time. Duran was not expecting those banelings, and 11 drones go down. So big damage there. In the meantime though, he is getting Hydra then. I think he is expecting those Mutalisks. I'm not sure if he was able to... Oh, I guess... I was like, did he see the Spire? No, he didn't have to. They are just there, in the middle of the map. Important to point out here is that Geohan does have roach speed, but Samir Duran has better upgrades in general. He has +1 range, he has +1 carapace. The +1 range has just finished for Geohan, but the carapace is still definitely helpful. The static defense is also pretty nice there in the defender's advantage as well. So even though Duran has the numbers, like, it's very hard to attack into this position, so he rotates into the third base instead. But this is a really nice concave there from Geohan, so I think he should be able to overpower this army. The Mutas are helping, but of course they're not the huge damage there. The roaches are there though. This is the time for Samir Duran to change his army a little bit though, as he is going for more of a Roach Hydra attack. Or composition, I guess I should say. But does he have the time to do so, as there's a counter-attack from Geohan? All of those roaches that were left over are now coming across the map. Duran is remaking roaches of his own, but he doesn't have the numbers yet. The bird is in danger. The drones are going down. The roaches are trying to defend, but again the numbers are not on their side, and Geohan jumps right on top of it. He is surrounding the roaches and they will be going down. The upgrade is still in their favor though. So even though it looks like it's a pretty even or even like advantageous fight to Geohen, like the upgrades are still so very important. But Samir Duran knows that this is a bit too much. GG is called and Duran will be tying, I'm sorry, Geohen will be tying up the series 2-2. So 2-2 is a very great thing to say. So we have our map decided. This time, this will be the final game of the series, no matter who wins. This is game 5, map 5, and the winner of this map will be the winner of this month's Master Swan Open. As a reminder, both of our players, both of our finalists will receive prize money. So if you would like to, you know, make that pool a bit sweeter for them, then make sure to check out the Matcherino. We don't unfortunately have codes, but you can donate some money of your own if you wish to do so. Meanwhile, if you want to support our tournaments in general, if you want to see them keep going, if you want to see them grow and potentially like feature a bigger prize pool, or maybe be organized, hosted more often, then make sure to check our Patreon. Patreon is how we fund these tournaments. These tournaments are entirely crowdfunded. At this point, actually, all 3 of our tournaments, especially except from Tenacious Turtle Tassel, which is sponsored, but the 3 of our tournaments, Ducklings Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup, those 3 tournaments are entirely funded via Patreon. So if you want to support them, if you want to see them grow, then make sure to check out the Patreon. If you don't have spare funds, I mean, economy is what it is in all parts of the world, then just watching is also perfectly fine way to support them. Watch, maybe retweet on like social media, repost, maybe share it to your friends, maybe share it to your discords. Like, just give us a view, give us a follow, and maybe share it with your friends. Like, a lot of people think that, like, oh yeah, I shouldn't like repost or like retweet it or something because I only have like 3 followers. But I mean, even if one of those followers comes to check out the stream, that's already something, So I always say that it doesn't matter how small of a following you have, like it's still helpful to share, even if you just like personally message like your closest friend, like, and they come to check it out, like that's still something. Okay, our players are ready. And we are ready to go into game number 5. Welcome to Amphion, map number 5 of our best of 5 final series of Master Swan Open number 85. It's a lot of 5s. Where in the bottom left corner we have the first of our players. It is the blue Zerg player from Philippines, representing Anito. It's Geohen. And across the map, it's his opponent, the purple Zerg player. The champion of Duckling Open. It is Samir Duran. I do not have an epic voice. I can try, but yeah. Once again, Geohen going for the hatch first. What did I say? Duran going for hatch first. Geohen going for a safer opening with the pool area on. Of course, even though they are on the same side of the map and Amphion is not very big, this whole part is of course blocked off by the mineral walls, so they have to go all the way the long route if they want to get there by ground. There have been a few maps in history like this. There have been a few maps who were way more extreme than this as well. I believe Ulrina, was it? Where you had these bases, like these two bases were so close to each other, but like by ground you had to like go across like almost the entire map. There has been the case in the past. One base Muta all in? How does that even work? Can you even do that? Don't you need 4 gases for mutas? But like, I'm like trying to think, like, would it even work? Like, it would be very hard to do so on 2 gases. But I mean, look, everything is possible, I guess. For now, it looks like we have some banelings from Geohen. I'm not sure yet if he wants to use them offensively or just for protection. Because there is some aggression from Samir Duran, but of course Duran is not planning aggression, as it looks like once again he will be going into, I assume, Roach Warren. Yeah, I was gonna say like that Roach Warren was a bit, was waiting for it a bit there. But yeah, once again Samir Duran skipping the Lingbane phase entirely, going straight for Roaches. And we'll see what Geohen is planning to do, because the past 2 games he was trying to be more aggressive, he was playing with Lingbane, he was playing with the Mutas. We'll see if that's the plan here as well. I feel like Lingbane Muta would be better than Lingbane into Roach into Muta though. Like I feel like just Geohen just like has too many steps on the way before he gets to Mutas. Like if you're planning to commit to them anyway, why not just do it from the start? Although, I mean, it's probably safer with the Roaches, right? It's just, it's a difficult balance though, because, you know, the other player already has Roaches so much more earlier than you do. But not just that, Samir Duran decided to spice things up and he is going for a Nidus. That is something we have not yet seen today in our tournament. I mean, I get no sorry. We did see that. Who did that though? I think it was Geohen. Geohen versus Droptimus, where we did see some Nidus Worms, but it was not a ZVZ, as this has been the only ZVZ we've had this tournament. On the stream anyway. So I'm curious how this will go for Samir Duran. This is a solid wall, right? Yeah, this is a solid wall, so he completely walled off. Geohen is not able to get in, but the question is, where will be the Nidus Worm? There are Zerglings patrolling. I think Geohen is sniffing something is suspicious. I mean, that full wall definitely means something. After all, like, Duran wouldn't do that if he didn't have a plan that didn't involve walking on ground, and looks like Geohen has the Nidus Worm spotted, but he's actually not reacting to it. Basically, he saw, but did he see, you know? and the queens are unloading together with the roaches. They are only seconds here to respawn. The base have to be immediately cancelled. What do we have for defense? We do not have a wall. The static defense has just started. There are a few roaches, but not too many. I mean, the top of the ramp is definitely helpful, and the missile attack. Yeah, the range attack +1 has just finished for Geohen. So that is super helpful in that engagement. Yeah, it looks like he fended it off for now. It's time! This time Samir Duran goes for a spy. It's always one of them. Every time there has to be a spy. Ah, the chat is saying it's a real bit if you believe it's a real bit. I see. Look, we've seen crazier things happen, okay? On this channel, we have been witness to not just Miyomaika, but also Papa Panda. That's all I'm saying. Because Miyomaika, you know, he is a pro player. Right now, semi-retired, but still a pro player. Most people have heard of him. Just imagine there are more players like this in the semi-pro and like amateur level. That's what I'm saying. Some players are just crazy. And a lot of them are in the scene Taiwan, Hong Kong region. But anyway, Geohen is going forward. Will be able to deny this third base for Samir Duran. The wall has been opened. Yes. Duran has given up on the Night Swarm. The Mutas are now out, and they will be helping in this engagement. There are quite a few of them already. No upgrades though. And of course, Geohen has focused on the attack upgrades, but not Carapace. We have another Nidus attempt in the main base of Geohen, but it was spotted. It does go up though, despite the Zerglings, and the Queens do unload. They will try to do some damage. They do transfuse the Nidus, but they're not able to go any farther than that. At the same time though, the Mutas are now in the natural. There are spores there to help. There are Hydras out already. But still, that is quite a lot of focus that Geohen has to spread. The attention is a resource here. But in the end, it doesn't look like it really did much for Durante. His attacks were denied, the Mutas didn't really do damage, and now there's a counter-attack from Geohen going across the map. Looks like they will meet each other in the middle, and now Geohen doesn't quite have the numbers. He's supply blocked as well, so he has to be careful. He cannot make reinforcement at this point. The Overlord just popped out, so once again the production will be unblocked. He has nice position on top of the ramp, but not all of the Hydras are fighting the same fight. They do thin down the Mutaflock though. But there are reinforcements from Samir Duran, there are more roaches, the Queens are helping with this engagement as well, and the forces of Geohen are starting to fall. He is being chased away. The Hydras don't have speed yet, so they are slowly trying to get away, but they're not quite able to. Only now is the speed finishing, and a few Hydras will be able to get back home. There are more roach reinforcements, but I mean, Duran has superior numbers now. Geohen does have the upgrade advantage, but that is very important to point out. He has both the +2 on range attack as well as Carapace. So his roaches and Hydras are definitely stronger, but is that enough to you know, to take down the numbers? There's also a small roach force being split up from the main army. Going for that third base, causing a bit of a distraction, maybe taking a few drones. At the same time, the main army is trying to get in to maybe get some damage done, but Samir Duran is on top of things. He does not let his base go unwatched. Oh, as we have great migration of the overlords. They do move in herds. Another attack from Geohen is coming. There are Ravagers now in the army of Samir Duran. Actually, he works in a few of his own bias. That happens. But still, the numbers are on the side of Duran. He has caught up in the range upgrades. But he is being distracted by that small roach force, and actually Geohen is able to get a better position. This is a nice concave, but is that enough to defend the numbers? The queens are trying to transfuse every roach that they can. The bias are connecting with most of the army of Geohen, and those are some big losses on the side of the Blue Zerg. Reinforcing roaches are here to save the Hydras, but Duran is chasing. Geohen is going for Ravagers of his own. Duran is working on Lurker then, so he will have Lurkers to join this army. He didn't make any Hydras. No! No! Okay.
Game paused.
We're pausing this because we have to make sure that both our players are there. And the Lurkers are now on top of the ramp, and Samir Duran doesn't know about them, so he will walk straight into this. He does have an Overseer though, so he is able to dispatch them quite easily. The roaches are moving forward, and they will be able to deal with quite a chunk of the army of Duran, but not able to take the entire thing. Geohen has to move back, has to count on Defender's advantage here. He needs those reinforcements to fight the purple army. Both of our players just trying to find the best position for this fight. The numbers are quite close and the upgrades have even out. So this is actually an even battle coming up. There are some lurkers on the sides of Duran though. They're about to pop out, but they're not finished yet. Looks like it's just engagement after engagement, both players just poking at each other. Both players trying to get their own lurkers out and get the best position for this fight. Queen strays a bit too far, but it is being saved by creep. Both of our players are rotating around. Duran considering opening that path to maybe be able to surround the army. Oh, but now the lurkers of Duran are out and they have been dug in. Johan has made some of his own, but the army numbers are just not there. He mostly has Ravagers here. Continue to fight in this choke point. Lurkers are actually trying to go from the high ground. Looks like maybe Geohan tries to go for a bit of a run by with the lurkers, meanwhile the army is clashing in the middle. Now that diverts the attention of Samir Duran as the base is under siege of the lurkers, but the main army is fighting over here. Ooh, unfortunately runs into a bit of an ambush and the entire army of Geohan will be getting cleaned up. At the same time though, so is the base of Duran. So both our players suffering big losses here, but which loss was more important? The loss of the army or the loss of the base? Looking at the counter-attack coming from Samir Duran, I think the loss of the army was a bit more painful, but there are reinforcements for Geohan. Carapace is also about to finish for Geo, but he just doesn't have the numbers. The power, the army numbers of Duran are overwhelming. They are pushing him into a corner. The concave is just too good, and the purple Zerg is going straight into the bases of Geohan. The roaches are still there with the Ravagers, with a few Hydras even to add. The single Queen will not be able to defend this. Some reinforcements are about to pop out. The lurkers are coming back for a defense, but I don't think they are enough. The bias connect with them as well. The drones are falling, and so does the base of Geohan. He has been fighting for so long, and there have been many close fights. But unfortunately, it was not enough. GG is called. Samir Duran is the champion of Master Swan Open number 85. So, congratulations. Congratulations to Samir Duran, who takes this series, takes this tournament, and he is the Master Swan. I guess the Master Swan, just that's the title. He is the Master Swan for this month, for September. Again, as a reminder, this is a monthly tournament for 4.7k MMR and below, so around Master 2 and below. And this is a monthly tournament, so it will be happening in about 4 weeks in October. So if you want to sign up, then make sure to keep an eye on that. If you want to sign up for our Diamond tournament, that should be in 2 weeks as well. So we have that option for you too. And yeah, congratulations to our players. Oh, I did not input the scores. Oh, hold on. I have to... I have 2 here. Here and then there you go. So now we can take a look at that bracket as it has been completed. And this is what we went through today. We got quite a few interesting matches over here. And Geohan made it all the way to the finals from the top bracket. Samir Duran all the way from the bottom bracket, and both of them met in the finals in the end. Samir Duran turned out to be the better player today, but this was a very, very close series. I want to emphasize that, like, Geohan could have taken it. Like, both of our players fought very well. And yeah, that was a very impressive final. Also, a lot of, like, small things. Like, again, I want to emphasize that I really like that trick where Samir Duran was doing a run by on a Terran and he dropped a changing on top of a depot. That's like such a small thing, but you know, in the moment you don't really think about doing that. So those are some really cute moves there. And yeah, that did get him the victory. So again, thank you for watching. If you want to support the future tournaments of CranKy Ducklings, again, our tournaments are fully funded via Patreon. So if you have some spare money, then make sure to check out the Patreon. Otherwise, if you don't really have like any, you know, money just laying around available to support some things, then just watching. Watching is free, so if you can just watch it, if you can follow us on social media, we are in various places. We are on Twitter, we are on Facebook, Twitter or X, of course. We are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on Mastodon, we are on Blue Sky. mostly at CranKy Ducklings, depending if the name was available. There is a command in the chat, there is a list of links in the description, both on Twitch and YouTube, if you want to check it out. We, of course, also stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so you can check us on either of those mediums if you want to see our casts. We cast on daily basis. Usually it is light VIP for the amateur tournaments. I do come in, so usually we see light VIP on this channel, but this time it's me. And for those who don't know who I am Kuro, also known as 16 Squad Sanseki. And I am one of the co-founders of CranKy Ducklings. I'm typically behind the scenes. I'm typically, you know, making the brackets, making the calendars, making the overlays, generally doing like the more technical side of CranKy Ducklings, while, you know, Light is the face of CranKy Ducklings. He's the caster, he's the... how do I put it? I want to say the entertainer, because that doesn't sound right, but like, you know, he's the person who everybody knows, and I'm more the one in the shadows. I'm more the one working behind the scenes of CranKy Ducklings. But nonetheless, we both work on this. This is a team effort. This channel does not like belong to a single person. We have, of course, like our other ducklings helping out as well. We have people like Yaku, who has also been here since the beginning. We have Steelmode, who has casted some of the events in the past, and maybe we'll be able to get him on for one of these days. And of course, other people. And yeah. So this is a team. If you want to see more of our adventures like outside of casting StarCraft in general, then make sure to join the Discord, as that's where all the activity goes. That's where everybody hangs out. That's where you can see Yaku's ladder sessions in the Discord channels, because he does stream those sometimes. And if you're interested in my personal stream, where I play usually games other than StarCraft, although maybe sometimes StarCraft, then I'm at Twitch TV/16 Squad Sanseki, or YouTube at 16th Squad Sanseki. I know it's a long name, but you can find the links. It's all tagged everywhere. But with that, I believe that will be all. So yeah, make sure to, you know, take care of yourself. Make sure to stay hydrated. Our next broadcast will be tomorrow. It will be Sparkling Tuna Cup, which is our open tournament, open to all levels, all regions. We recently had the last one was actually won by Trap, I think. We had Trap playing for the first time, and he was the champion. We also have some other well-known players show up, but we also have some, you know, amateur players show up to that tournament as well, which I always find cool. I used to play in open tournaments as well, like back when Olimolig was a thing. I did play that as a silver player even. So again, there's no shame in playing in open tournaments, even if you lose in the first round, because you may learn something. Maybe you will find a player you admire, you have seen, like, you know, on stream, or maybe you will just find like a good practice partner that maybe can like give you a few tips. So I definitely recommend joining the tournaments. And with that, I believe that is all. So I will find someone to raid. We will be raiding another StarCraft streamer very soon. So take care, and we'll see you soon. Bye.